So, that side. Yes, please. All right, thank you so much, colleagues, and welcome. I'm not going to do a long, drawn-out welcoming message because it was already done yesterday, but I do want to acknowledge Professor Roberto Hernandez, who could not join us yesterday because he landed late from the USA. So just to acknowledge his presence with us today amongst the rest of our facilitators, presenters. So thank you so much for being able to join us on this first day of the first Unisa Summer School, Decolonial, Afrocentric, and Knowledges Otherwise. Mdu, you can hear me, right? The room can hear me?
You can.
Yeah, okay. Because I can't hear myself. I can only hear myself from here. I don't know if there's anything going on. So I'm happy if everyone is able to hear me. So mine is really just to say this is the very first day of our formal, installment of the summer school. So we are excited to have all of you here. We are excited to host you and to converse with you, to agitate with you, as it were. And we hope that out of this day and out of this whole week will come, an understanding of what decolonial, Afrocentric, and Knowledges Otherwise truly means to each of us. So everyone has a notebook in front of them. I want to challenge you at some point, whether it's later at night when you are, in bed and you're just thinking about the day, trying to digest what happened here, to write down at this very moment what this topic means to you. The title of the summer school is Unisa Summer School, Decolonial, Afrocentric, and Knowledges Otherwise. You may choose to reflect on all of those concepts, or you may choose to reflect on just one. At this very moment, you've heard just, one day of presentations, you've heard a little bit of this and that. What does this mean to you in this very moment? As you reflect on that, on Friday, during the discussions in the afternoon on Friday before we close, we will then go back and say, now that we've heard everything we've heard during the week, what do these concepts mean to us at that point in time, right? Okay, so we'll have that conversation and so on and so forth and stuff like that, as our Chancellor, Dr. Thabo Mvuyelo-Mbeki, would normally say. Mine is simply just to introduce our first presenter who is going to address us this morning, Professor Simpiwe Sesanti. I'm going to read a short bio. I know these are things that he does not necessarily like to do, but I think it's a necessary exercise so that we know exactly who we are listening to and what it is that they have to say to us. So Professor Simphiwe Sesanti is a professor at the University of the Western Cape, UWC's Faculty of Education. He is a former editor of the International Journal of African Renaissance Studies. He holds 2 PhDs, one in journalism studies, obtained at the Stellenbosch University, and another in philosophy, obtained at Wits University. He has taught in Stellenbosch University's journalism department, at the Nelson Mandela University's Department of Journalism, Media and Philosophy, at the University of South Africa, Unisa's Institute of African Renaissance Studies. He has published in accredited journals on a variety of issues, including education, African philosophy, gender, journalism, politics, and spirituality or religion. He is an author of 2 books, a co-editor of 1 book, and a contributor of chapters in a number of books. In 2018, he was awarded an NRF rating C2. So this is Professor Simphiwe Sesanti. You are in for a treat, colleagues. You truly are in for a treat. One of the most brilliant minds in the country. We are very excited that he could take time out of his busy schedule. I know that January is insane normally, especially for residential institutions. So him having taken the time to join us today is an absolute honor. We are honored to have him. So I will hand over to Professor Sesanti. Colleagues, I am sure you were given the Wi-Fi password, right? Everybody's able to connect. It simply says Pretoria. It's the, yeah. So, yes, we hand over to you, Prof. Thank you so much.
Igama likaQamatela kuhlala lingcwele, igama lakhe lakuhlala linhloni, ngokuba ungumdala ongajongwayo, ngokuba ungumdala ongolathwayo. Sondele kunike bokhokho, sinqule kunike iminyanyo, sithi sithethelezeni namasiko yenu, mawakhe igazi lethu. Thulani emithanjeni yethu okuxabisa okokwethu, hlaziyani ezingqondweni zethu okuzazi basisizwe, delisani ilifu lemnyama ebomini bethu kuvele ukukhanya. Sinike amathongo ahlambulukileyo ngawo suze impilo nethamsanqa, ngokuba amandla negunya lelini masitheni icamako. Sicama kushaka mnani kwezo zizwe zakwaKhomaza kwaqhinebeze kwaququza sithoma sitadoduka namahlathi awo masitheni icamako. Sizizwe zokhokho ezo sicama kushaka mani kwezo zizwe zanikhulisayo. Izizwe zamachonyana odikizo sawo nkomo umthuzimelo ochungwa sicama kushaka mnandi. Sicama kushaka mnandi izizwe zakulokhokho izizwe zamanqosi nociwo shotithi bonozinga. Abantu bomlamba besuthu sicama kushaka mnandi. Sicama kushaka mnandi kweso zizwe sesibelekwe masitheni icamako. Sisizwe samachawe ngojiwe ngokhawuta ngophalo ngotuku ngobhodomani ngobulawo ngokosiyamntu ngonyama namasitheni icamako. Sicama kushaka mnandi kwezo samantandeni zakwaSophichu zakhe yemze kwangubengcoko mazondo tshoma qaba kadliwa zimbuze enqanyulo komthikaka masitheni icamako. Sicama kusheni kamnandi kwezo sesithathuni zakwandebeza kwachesana zakwakhupho yimasitheni icamako. Izizwe zasemantakweni zakwatyebeleli zakwemintuka zakwalibele zakwaKhangashe masitheni icamako. Izizwe zasemazangweni zakwakhwalo zakwancuthu zakwananjana zakwasobe zakwanqayi zakwankume zakwamalitye zakwakhula zakwanikwato masitheni icamako. Izizwe qeqirha otshayi ngombono otyeto khipho mandlana masitheni icamako. Izizwe zenza igqirha zasematshaweni kwatshiwo kokhawuto kwaphalo kwatuka bhodomani kwabulawo kwamanyama konkosando masitheni icamako. Izizwe zengethe masitheni icamako. Ezomqolomba masitheni icamako. Ezikomkhulu edlokovayo masitheni icamako. Ezasemkhathweni masitheni icamako. Unfortunately, I will not be able to say any of that in English. I will simply be distorting it. But those who are familiar with African ways of life will know that the African people define a family or families and a community or communities as those who came before us, the ancestors, as those who are living now, and those that are yet to be born. And Ngugi wa Thiong'o refers to them in a beautiful Ngugi wa Thiong'o style. Our ancestors, it refers to them as the inspiration because they are our inspiration. And it refers to those who are living as the perspiration because we are perspiring, preparing for those that are yet to come, who are our aspiration. So Ngugi wa Thiong'o speaks about inspiration, speaks about perspiration, and it speaks about aspiration. And so in our African cultures, we do not distinguish. There is an unbroken link between the ancestors, those who are living and those who are yet to come, such that whatever we're going to do or what we wish to do, we ask them to guide us and to give us the necessary strength. Because it is inevitable that when you're going to address people, you feel weak in the knees. Unless, of course, you're overconfident. And more often than not, overconfidence borders on arrogance. And when you become arrogant, then you get things wrong because you think you've got everything in control. And therefore, our ancestors teach us humility, to know that we take everything from them and we prepare for those that are yet to come. And therefore, I was doing what they refer to as in African culture as libation. And libation is performed by all African people all over the African continent. And so when they tell us oftentimes that Africans are nothing more than ethnic groups, we point them to the existence of libation that is practiced throughout the African continent. And we say, therefore, on that basis, that African culture, as opposed to African cultures, exists. And we tell them when we define the community, when we define the family, we have a system of consensus. All of this exists throughout the African continent. And so we have a basis to speak on African culture in as much as we speak about African cultures. And when we do so, those who think that they know us better than we know ourselves tell us that we are essentializing and that we are romanticizing and all of these things. And of course, the reason that they do all of that is that they seek to measure us and to define us on the basis of European cultures and look at us through their own lenses. And that is what we refer to as Eurocentrism, because Eurocentrism is a conceptual system that seeks to create and to recreate the entire world in the image of Europe. They set the standards for us, and we have to live accordingly. But then those of us who refer to themselves as Afrocentrists begin to say that what makes us Afrocentric, and in the same vein, I'm defining Afrocentricity. What makes us Afrocentrists is that we measure ourselves on the basis of our own African history, free from the interpretation of others, and on the basis of our own culture. And that is Afrocentricity, a philosophical perspective. And therefore then, if you say you do things in that manner, it tells you that when you're an Afrocentrist, your outlook is philosophical. It takes into cognizance history, it takes into cognizance culture. And again, there's an interrelationship between Egypt, out of Africa, culturally, because they could not do otherwise, since ancient Egypt or Kemet is geographically in Africa, and they sought to distance us from that. And those of us who are Afrocentrists then began to reclaim and to put a Kemet where it is, both geographically and culturally. And that is what makes us Afrocentrists. And that's what makes me an Afrocentrist. Thank you very much, Program Director, for welcoming us, and thank you very much for inviting us to this very important meeting. We truly appreciate, and greetings to everyone who is here. And therefore, my short presentation today, which is going to be guided by time, I've already asked that at a particular point in time I will stop and then, allow other things to happen, and we will see how it takes us. But what I want to share with you today, or rather let me not insult by your intelligence by seeking to preface. Let me get down to it. And here I begin with an observation that is shared with us by George James, the author of The Stolen Legacy. George James tells us, and I quote him, that just as in our modern times, countries like the United States, England, and France are attracting students from all over the world, on account of their leadership in culture. So was it in ancient times. Egypt, as supreme in the leadership of civilization, and students from all parts flocked to that land, seeking admission into her mysteries or wisdom system. In 2003, almost a decade after South Africa's 1994 first democratic elections, an academic debate emerged about the need to include the indigenous African philosophy of education in teacher education. Subsequently, Ubuntu philosophy has been given attention in philosophy for teacher education. However, ancient Egyptian philosophy of education and indigenous African tradition is absent. On their part, European and Asian philosophers or philosophies of education are centered, leaving space for some philosophers of education to falsely attribute the genesis of philosophy in general and philosophy of education in particular to Europe and Asia, since the two are dated. In contrast, Ubuntu philosophy of education is not dated. In this article or in this presentation, I argue that ancient Egyptian philosophy of education must be reclaimed and centered on teacher education, not only in South Africa, but wherever Africans are. Such an approach will not only expose Africans to their rich philosophical heritage, but will also help to reclaim African philosophy's space as a leader of humankind in the history of philosophy. In 2003, Philip Higgs, a philosopher, called for a formulation of a new philosophical discourse in education, the introduction of an African discourse into the conversation surrounding the revision of philosophy of education in South Africa. A discourse which would have reference to that spoken tradition and body literature referred to as African philosophy. This was necessary, taking into cognizance that for at least 3 centuries since the conquest of the indigenous peoples in the unjust wars of colonization, the education curriculum in South Africa did not include African philosophy. This callous inhumanity towards the indigenous conquered peoples ensured that the educational curriculum in the country would be dominated by the epistemology and the philosophy of the conqueror, something that was unacceptable due to the change in the political dispensation since April 27, 1994. The point made by Ramose is well and clearly articulated by Higgs' observation that the marginalization of African values in education has resulted in the general westernization of education theory in practice in Africa, contributing to educational theory, research and practice being overwhelmingly either European or Eurocentric. His calls for the revisioning of philosophy of education in Africa was a call for the African Renaissance in education, a call which insists that all critical and transformative educators in Africa embrace indigenous African worldviews and root their nation's educational paradigms in African social, cultural, and epistemological frameworks. The implication of a call for an African Renaissance in education is that education does not connote a detachment from political radicalization and mobilization. Rather, it is a recognition of an argument that influence of the Western Eurocentric culture on Africans needs to be forcefully arrested by all critically conscious African educators in the struggle for the establishment of an African identity in education, theory, and practice. Now, those who I've shared space with, I think they are probably amused that twice already in my presentation I've made reference to the word epistemology, because they've had me ridiculing this tendency. Now, in this country, there was a time when the students made a demand for decolonization of education. Now, the irony of this exercise was that these very same people who were calling for decolonization were trying their very best to outdo one another in using bombastic words such as epistemology, hermeneutics, ontology, and all of that. And you know, the irony of that, Frantz Fanon had said that, and Frantz Fanon had recognized this and said, you know, the ones who are educated amongst the Negroes are the ones who have the most deep sense of inferiority complex. And this inferiority complex is manifested by their desire to use bombastic words at all times. And so you would see the students here in this country, on one hand, calling for decolonization, but in the very same instance, colonizing themselves and moving in the steps of colonialism and colonization. Because you see, Frans Fanon had cleverly and quite correctly observed that, the declaration of negation is not in itself negation. So those who call for decolonization have in actual fact been calling for the negation, whereas in fact they were endorsing the very of which they were calling for the negation of. So I'm using all this. The epistemology that I've used several times has been in inverted commas, but I could not at all times say open quote and close quote. That's going to take a very long time. While commendable efforts have been made in accommodating an African philosophy in teacher education, extremely little attention has been given to ancient Egyptian philosophy, something that has serious negative implications for according African philosophy a space and the respect it deserves among the philosophies of the world. In arguing for the teaching of ancient Egyptian philosophy in teacher education in South Africa, I begin by giving a historical context for the calls for African philosophy in teacher education. I then move on to demonstrate how the centering of African philosophy in teacher education since Chancellor Williams' call and subsequently Higgs, with specific reference to South Africa, are commendable yet remains inadequate. I then demonstrate through the examination of ancient Egyptian texts why it is important to reclaim ancient Egyptian philosophy of education in teacher education. This is very important. Yesterday I saw the deputy, that is not here, of CHS, struggling very hard to try to justify, and perhaps he was saying that Africans are finding it difficult to delink from Eurocentrism. Because we do not have the references. And Cheikh Anta Diop had recognized this earlier on, already in 1948. He was 25 years old, and he was saying that the reason this is happening is that, we are only looking at the immediate and the recent. And it is because that which is ancient on Africans' part has been disconnected and has been hidden from us. And the painful irony and the tragedy of all of this is that the people who have been controlling the dissemination and the writings about African, or rather Kemet, have been the Egyptologists, and those Egyptologists in the main and in large are Europeans. And therefore it shows you that what they have done is they have not only colonized countries, but they've also colonized information. And it is for this reason that in spite and despite the fact that African countries have been free for 10, 20, 30 years, you see, like in South Africa, 20, how many years? After the 1994, when they came up in 2015, it was 21 years that the students were calling for the decolonization of education. It was simply because of that geographically there had been precedents, what they refer to as flag independence. But in terms of orientation, Eurocentricity remained, because even those of us who are so-called educated are products of a Eurocentric education, such that when the students were making these calls for the decolonization of education, we couldn't do otherwise because we knew no better. And instead of having the humility to admit that we were going to learn together with the students, we hid. And what we did next was simply to mouth and to begin to get all the papers all over the place. And in that struggle, I was listening carefully that for some reason, African scholars had to go to Spain. And I was listening to the former dean saying that we took wholesale. And it is for that reason that as a result of taking wholesale, we also adopted the term decoloniality. And we were told that this term means that, whereas colonialism had moved away, coloniality remained. But for us, colonialism had never gone away. And therefore our struggle continued to be against colonialism. And that we had to continue speaking decolonization. Had we been able to make that emphatic point clearly, then we would have easily been able to quote Kwame Nkrumah, who wrote his book, Conscientism. I think it was in 1964, if I remember well. 1964, Nkrumah wrote Conscientism, that book of philosophy. Never mind the fact that Kwame Nkrumah himself was quoting Greek philosophers because Kwame Nkrumah himself was a product of a Eurocentric system. He couldn't do otherwise. But at least we would be able to say Kwame Nkrumah did. We weren't able to speak the decolonization of Ngugi wa Thiong'o because decoloniality seemed to be something that was different from decoloniality. And some of us, when we had to write papers, were then asked, as you speak decolonization, what is your reference to decoloniality? And some of us answered without any sense of arrogance, but with a sense of confidence that decoloniality is a recent phenomenon. But decolonization has been there, and Africans have been leading that struggle, and therefore there are no issues. We have to be able to speak with our own tongues, because if we don't, we have hardly begun. Williams notes that not only is education the key, but that it is also the only key for Africans to the door opening to the road of progress. This is because education is the basis for African people to build a sound government, wise political action, and economic development. At the time Williams expressed these observations, Africans were emerging from the yoke of European colonialism, regaining their independence, and seeking to determine their future on their terms. While the recognition of the centrality of education in the quest for African self-emancipation was important, this recognition in and of itself was inadequate unless the concept education was clearly defined and its objectives spelled out. Williams' point was that while the what and the how of education, the why is more important because it speaks to philosophy of education. Williams' argument was informed by his having observed that education, despite the newly regained independence in Africa, remained the system and the philosophy of the ruling power before independence. What this effectively meant was that there was no African educational system, no philosophy of education as such. If education was to be useful for Africans, the perpetuation of European philosophies of education in Africa, as if Africans did not have their own, was a wrong that had to be righted, because every nation's educational system should be developed from its own culture, felt needs, and its own philosophy of life. Teacher education observes special attention because, as Williams points out, nothing is more important for Africa's future than the character of the teachers who will determine the shape of things to come. The foregoing observation is made with an appreciation that the philosophy and general direction of the nation having been determined, the re-education of teachers would have to begin in a well-organized program. Anticipating that the foregoing may not be clear enough, Williams emphasized that the nation's basic social philosophy and fundamental goals must be predetermined, because the program to be developed will be designed to translate the philosophy into action in achieving the set goals. Taking the foregoing into cognizance, Williams warned that we should stop playing at education by employing as teachers the mediocre and persons unfit for other high occupations, because education is a high profession and demands the best in the country as teachers. Williams' foregoing observation helps in reminding us that the attitude regarding the profession of teaching as an inferior profession, especially in Africa, is a consequence of the legacy of European colonialism, where teaching was made one of the few options open to Africans, since European colonialists reserved many professions exclusively for European settlers. Yet, despite these observations by Williams and the laudable struggles for a decolonized and Afrocentric education waged by the Rhodes Must Fall and Fees Must Fall movement in 2015 in South Africa, there is a remarkable silence about the pedagogy of teaching. The focus that has been given to disciplines such as philosophy, literature, and the sciences excluded any focus on teacher education and the importance of transferring the decolonizing agenda to the preparation of teachers. with a new generating long-term gains across the whole educational system. Special focus on the decolonization of teacher education is crucial because it is about the dismantling of the system of education that produced generations of teachers of all races, and that races is not mine, with distorted and deficient understanding of themselves, of each other, and of what was expected of them in a divided society. I now turn to why some measures in positioning African philosophy in education are inadequate. Accommodating Ubuntu and living out ancient Egyptian philosophy art an inadequate exercise. Amongst other issues, Higgs' call was concerned with three important questions. What are the implications for the construction of an African discourse in the philosophy of education? What ought to be the purpose of education in an African context and within the framework of African philosophy? How does traditional African educational practice seek to educate the child? Higgs articulated the view that in order to address this state of affairs in South Africa, a distinctively African knowledge system would have as its objective the goal of recovering the humanistic and ethical principles embedded in African philosophy. This was because African philosophy provides a philosophical framework that can and should contribute to the transformation of educational discourse in philosophy of education in South Africa, primarily because African philosophy respects diversity, acknowledges lived experience, and challenges the hegemony of Western Eurocentric forms of universal knowledge. In a clear demonstration and recognition that education is not value neutral, but philosophy driven, Higgs and Smith point out that African philosophy provides the necessary context for the resurrection of African values in education systems on the African continent. Higgs and Smith, Jane Smith, further correctly point out that education has to do with values. As such, the marginalization of African values in education on the African continent, as witnessed in the colonial and post-colonial periods, has resulted in the general westernization of education in Africa. Due to this, education systems in Africa have failed to acknowledge the cultural preferences and practices in education of African people. Instead, these education systems have given prominence to the cultural preferences and practices of the Western world. Such practices have perpetuated an ideology of the cultural superiority of the West. The African philosophy that Higgs specially proposed was Ubuntu. True to this commitment, Higgs co-edited two books, one with James Smith, Philosophy of Education Today in Introduction, and another with Yusuf Wahid, a reader in Philosophy of Education. In Philosophy of Education, significantly, Higgs and Smith dedicated the first chapter to African philosophy and education and published as an appendix a comparison on African philosophy and Western philosophies. In Reader in African Philosophy, significantly, the first chapter by Higgs and Wahid is entitled The African Philosophy of Education Through a Post-Colonial Lens. Commendably, Higgs and Smith observed that it was in Africa where philosophy, education, and indeed humankind itself started. In a direct reference to philosophy, education, to ancient Egypt, Higgs and Smith note that African philosophy written goes back to the time of the pharaohs, indicating their awareness of ancient Egypt's written philosophy. While these gestures, on the one hand, are appreciated, Higgs and Smith make some inaccurate observations regarding the history of African philosophy. Firstly, in their discussion of African philosophy and feminism, Higgs and Smith note that historically, religious and moral philosophies, whether they be African or Western, are the creation of men and tend to assign to women a limited and subordinate role in society. Further noting that until very recently, community consisted solely of men. While we accept that this was the case in Europe, particularly in Greece, where men were regarded as superior to women and women were not recognized as citizens, this was not the case in Africa. This was not the case in Africa, where women played prominent roles. Among the many hymns of ancient Egypt, God was celebrated as the creator of all, who makes them alive, the self-creator who was uncreated, and the beneficent mother of gods and men. Reference to the creator as mother by ancient Egyptians was progressive in a world where many cultures and religions, God cannot be conceived of as a woman. Being pro-mothers did not mean that ancient Egyptians were anti-fathers. Recognizing that the creator had both female and male attributes passed on to humankind, ancient Egyptians celebrated the creator as a mother and a father of all that she or he made. In a world that in the 21st century wages strenuous battles against patriarchy and anti-women sexism, ancient Egyptians' philosophy of education has much to offer. The second inaccurate statement made by Higgs and Smith is that philosophy of education was first expressed, like so much of philosophy, by the Greek philosopher Plato. Referring to Plato's book, Meno, Higgs and Smith further note that Plato's work then is philosophy of education at its best. It is against this false attribution of the genesis of philosophy to Greece instead of to ancient Egypt that George James wrote his book, Stolen Legacy. Greek philosophy is stolen Egyptian philosophy, demonstrating how Greek philosophers who preceded Plato studied philosophy in ancient Egypt. Higgs and Smith are not alone in wrongly attributing the genesis of philosophy to Greece. Amongst others, in her book, Not Out of Africa, How Afrocentrism Became an Excuse to Teach Myth as History, Mary Lefkowitz notes that philosophy was invested so far as anyone knows by the ancient Greeks. Having attributed the genesis of philosophy to the Greeks, Lefkowitz goes on to point out that although the ancient Egyptians and the Babylonians had advanced civilizations and could have developed an abstract terminology for discovering causes and principles had they chosen to do so, they did not study and analyze the nature of reality in abstract, non-theological language. Not only does Lefkowitz deny the ancient Egyptian genesis of philosophy, but goes on to argue that there was never an organized educational program or established canon of books of Egyptian philosophy. But ancient Egypt's extant texts reveal that Lefkowitz conflates what she does not know with what does not exist. That's the problem with many people. When you don't know, you say it doesn't exist because you don't know. You simply have you said you don't know, but not say that it doesn't exist because you don't know. The instruction addressed to King Merikare, the father counsels his son thus: copy your fathers, your ancestors. See their words endure in books. Open, read them, copy their knowledge. He who is taught becomes skilled. Two important issues are significant and must be noted in the instruction addressed to King Merikare. The first is that this document, which is located in the 23rd century BCE by Breasted, instructs a son to copy his ancestors, whose words endure in books, which must be read to gain knowledge and thus becomes taught and skilled. The point is that the instruction addressed to Merikare demonstrates an awareness that there was in ancient Egypt 2,300 years before the Common Era, literature in existence to refer to for the purpose of education. This awareness is not an isolated one found only in the instruction addressed to King Merikare, but one also found in the instruction of Ani. In the instruction of Ani, not only is there an appreciation that literacy skills a person, but that it also empowers one. And here is the open direct quote: one will do all you say if you are versed in writings. Study the writings, put them in your heart, then all your words will be effective. And at approximately 2,500 before the Common Era. And using before the Common Era, I want to apologize again. Because, I don't know what is meant by before the Common Era. Some of us were running away from before Christ and spoke about before the Common Era. But even that in itself is inadequate, because what Common Era are we talking about? Anyway, that I quote from what exists. There existed in Kemet the teachings of Ptahhotep, the oldest book in the world. While before Ptahhotep's book, there were in existence two other books, that of Kagame and Harjedef. The reason that Ptahhotep's book is celebrated as the oldest book in the world, not in Kemet, in the entire world, is that it was a complete text while the other texts were short and incomplete. Writing about the ancient Egypt of the period 1550 to 1080 before the Common Era, Lichtem notes that the numerous papyri and Otrasa or Ramesside date testify to the existence, listen to this, to the existence of a school system that taught to become professional scribes and civil servants. Having observed that not all instructions took place in schools, Lichtem further points out that many other ancient Egyptian texts suggest a personal form of teaching in which a senior official guided a young man who had complete basic schooling and was already a member of the bureaucracy. The foregoing clearly demonstrates that between the periods 1550 and 1080 BCE, there already existed in ancient Egypt a school system and schooling. And Lefkowitz has got the audacity to say that there was no schooling system and there were no canons. As Lichtem points out, ancient Egypt's education system entailed both basic skills of reading and writing and the more advanced knowledge of grammar, orthography, vocabulary, and composition. With particular reference to the training of scribes, a highly regarded profession, Lichtem notes that this education entailed, of course, instruction in wisdom, in other words, philosophy, and moral teachings propounded in the didactic texts, aimed at helping to form the characters of young scribes. In other words, ethics character was one of the key pillars of ancient Egypt's education. While some scholars attribute the genesis of philosophy in general and philosophy of education in particular to the Greeks, in his article, Chinese Philosophy and Education, Philosophy of Education and Classical Confucianism, attributing the genesis of philosophy of education to Confucius, a Chinese philosopher notes, the piece called Yue on education is probably the world's first treatise on education, dated around 476 to 221 before the Common Era. Imagine. An examination of the history of ancient Egyptian philosophy below reveals that ancient Egyptian philosophy in general and philosophy of education in particular precede both Greek and Chinese philosophy. Lefkowitz defines the term philosophy in the more specialized modern sense as the study of causes and laws underlying reality, or a system of inquiry designed specifically to study those laws and causes. There is nothing wrong with that definition, considering that the modern sense is what it is, modern, and that prior to the modern, there were in existence definitions of the concept philosophy, among them being Plato's, who defined the philosopher as a man who loves wisdom. Sophia in the one sense, including especially learning, knowledge, and truth. In other words, a philosopher is a lover of wisdom. But even based on Lefkowitz's modern definition, ancient Egyptians were the leaders in the field of philosophy. Isocrates, and Isocrates is a Greek. We began by Plato, a Greek. Now we are moving with Isocrates. Because you see, they always say that these Africans who are sentimental, nostalgic, dreaming at what a non-existent past, quote one another. No. We begin with them. And thereafter we demonstrate the truth. Isocrates, a Greek philosopher, notes that the Egyptians, for the soul, introduced philosophy's training, a pursuit which has the power not only to establish laws, but also to investigate the nature of the universe. Isocrates goes on to point out that the young people in ancient Egypt were persuaded to forego all pleasures and devote themselves to the study of the stars, to arithmetic, and to geometry. The value of those sciences some praise for their utility in certain ways, while others attempt to demonstrate that they are conducive in the highest measure of the attainment of virtue. Isocrates referred to this ancient Egyptian approach as, I quote, the cultivation of practical wisdom. The cultivation of practical wisdom may also be reasonably attributed to Busiris. Busiris was driven by the convictions that individuals should always engage in the same pursuits, because he knew that those who continuously change their occupations never achieve proficiency in even a single one of their tasks, whereas those who apply themselves constantly to the same activities perform each thing they do surprisingly well. It is for this reason that Isocrates further notes that in the arts, the Egyptians surpassed those who work at the same skilled occupation elsewhere. And also with respect to the system which enables them to preserve royalty and their political institutions in general, they've been so successful that philosophers who undertake to discuss such topics and have won the greatest reputation prefer all above others the Egyptian form of government. What does this tell us? In his book, The Histories, estimated to have been written between the years 450 to 430 before the Common Era, Herodotus, a Greek historian, notes that in ancient Egypt, the practice of medicine is highly specialized. Individual doctors will treat individual ailments rather than the whole gamut of diseases. As a result, Egypt forcibly teems with doctors. Some specialize in treating eyes and others heads. Some are dentists and others tend to into the stomach. Some specialize in obscure illnesses. The ancient Egyptians' philosophical approach to mathematics moved Plato to urge Greek gentlemen to study each of these subjects to at least the same level as the very many children of Egypt who acquire such knowledge at the same time they learn to read and write. Did you get that? Of significance is that Plato urged Greek adults, gentlemen, to at least reach the level of mathematical comprehension displayed by Egyptian children. Plato had a meticulous understanding of the ancient Egyptian teaching method because the Greek philosopher traveled extensively in Egypt, a country in which intelligent Greeks took much interest. Amazement about ancient Egypt's advanced education did not end with scholars of the Greeks of all times, but has continued to the present 21st century. In his foreword to Christopher Dunn's Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt, Advanced Engineering in the Terms of the Pharaoh, Alan Andrews says, Senior D, notes that ancient Egypt's technology demonstrates the existence of sophisticated tooling that did not exist again until the 1900s. The ancient Egyptians possessed technologies not replicated until the 20th century. If even then. Thousands of years before the Common Era, ancient Egyptians had mastered mathematics, engineering in a way that modern scholars in the 20th century had not been able to master. And African scholars say they have no sense of reference. Isocrates informs us that Pythagoras, a highly celebrated Greek philosopher, who on his visit to Egypt became a student of the religion of the people, was first to bring to the Greek all philosophy. In line with this appreciation, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a European philosopher, observes that Egypt is the first school of mankind, the mother of philosophy and the fine arts. with specific reference to the Greeks to whom Lefkowitz attributes the genesis of philosophy. Herodotus, a Greek historian, notes that indeed almost all the names of the gods came from Greece to Egypt. And that they mostly arrived from Egypt seems to me obvious, says Herodotus. Herodotus also points out that there were also various customs adopted by the Greeks from the Egyptians. While on the one hand, the Greeks inherited ancient Egyptian culture, Herodotus points out that on the other hand, that Greek customs are shunned by the Egyptians, as too by and large are those of other peoples. In explicit terms, ancient Egyptians did not only shun Greek customs, they only shunned those of other nations, believing in and holding on to their own. As if to emphasize the foregoing, Herodotus points out that his own argument would therefore be that Melampus, who was demonstrably a man of great wisdom and self-taught master of the arts of divination, introduced a number of things to the Greeks which he had learned at the feet of the Egyptians. Among them, barely altered the cult of Dionysus. Herodotus goes on to point that he is not going to claim that the similarities between what the Egyptians do in honor of the god and what the Greeks do are mere coincidence. If that were the case, the Greek rites would not be so alien, nor would they have been so recently introduced. Adding that he would also dispute the possibility that the Egyptians could have adopted them, or indeed any other custom from the Greeks. In Herodotus' book, the Egyptians were quite without peers in wisdom. What this means, in other words, is that ancient Egyptians were leaders and had no equals in philosophy. Along these lines, philosophizing about the ancientness of the concept of state institutions, Aristotle makes the following in his books, Politics. That these are all ancient is shown by Egyptian history. The Egyptians are reputed to be the most ancient people, and they have always had laws and a constitutional system. Students of political science will tell you that, constitutionalism as if it is something new, we don't know. It is a very new thing. Africans don't know about this. It was there in ancient Egypt. This was the case too with ancient Egypt's philosophy of education discussed below. And as you know, Mimdana Sakai, 8 minutes from now exactly I'll stop. I'll shut up so that I can engage. There is no way I can have a monologue. Ndiyambona uyanifundisa isingesi pha onokuthula uyanibona isingesi sengihlula uthi ngiyabonga nokuthula. As ancient Egyptian philosophy of education, as Asa Hilliard observes, that a window to what was well-developed education system is through Kemet. In pointing us to Kemet as a model of education, Hilliard is cognizant that the path to rediscovery through Kemet is fraught with many difficulties, among which are the widespread loss of documentary materials, the destruction of social institutions, including their library records, and years of prejudice and neglect. As a result of this widespread loss, anyone who is familiar with the material of ancient Egypt is well aware of the fact that there exist few, if any, books on the educational system of Egypt. An understanding of the philosophy of education in ancient Egypt, which produced highly specialized practitioners, which so impressed Greek historians and Herodotus, is essential for the present and future generations of education specialists in designing teacher education that will serve in molding specialist professionals in all fields of education for Africa's true independence and self-reliance for Africans now and for all times. We learn from Hilliard that at ancient Egypt's base, the educational process was a religious process in the broader sense of that word. In order to make sense of Hilliard's observation, we refer to George James, who, ahead of Hilliard, informs us that the Egyptian mystery system, like the modern university, was the center of organized culture, entered by candidates as the leading source of ancient culture, and had at its most important object the deification of man, and taught that the soul of man, if liberated from its bodily fetters, could enable him to become godlike and see the gods of his life and attain the basic vision and hold communion. Now, where you hear man, I mean humankind, because I'm quoting this directly. You know, English at one stage, we are told to do this, that we prefer to humankind because everything was fashioned in the image of man. So it's a direct quote, but I mean humankind. Such an experience is the liberation of the mind from its finite consciousness when it becomes one and is identified with the infinite. If, as James points out, ancient Egypt's philosophy of education was to mold a person to become godlike, it is essential then to establish the ancient Egyptians' concept of God. We will address this later, but not today. But for now, we must point out that the centrality of spirituality in ancient Egypt was not uniquely Kemetic, but a pan-African feature. In recognition of this, Hilliard notes that the Egyptians made no separation between religion and life, just as this is the case with traditional African religions. At this point, it must be emphasized, as Hilliard does, that ancient Kemet was an African culture, and it shared then and shares now in the great cultural unity of the African continent and in the diaspora of ancient African people. It is also important at this point to state, as Williams does, that Ratian's reference to African religion is to something more than a subscribed to system of beliefs, but a philosophy and actual way of living. So much so that the shortest route to the African mind is through his or her religion. In his book, African Religions and Philosophy, first published in 1969, Mbiti notes that Africans are notoriously religious. Mbiti goes on to note that spirituality is so central in the lives of African people that religion permeates into all the departments of life so fully that it is not easy or possible to isolate it. Because of this African character, Mbiti argues that a study of these religious systems is therefore ultimately a study of the people themselves in all complexities of both traditional and modern life. The phrase notoriously used by Mbiti regarding African spirituality is, however, not new. It is an echo made by Herodotus, if not by other earlier writers, the only difference being that Herodotus' reference was with particular reference to the ancient Egyptians. Herodotus notes that the ancient Egyptians, far more than other people elsewhere, are religious to the extreme, as is witnessed by a number of customs. Later in his book, Egyptian Magic, first published in 1899, and regarded as a classic regarding ancient Egyptian spirituality, Wallis Budge notes that the scrupulous care with which they performed their innumerable religious ceremonies and carried out the rules which they had formulated concerning the worship of the divine power or powers and their devotion to religious magic gained for them amongst the nations with whom they came into contact the reputation of being at once the most religious and the most superstitious of people. Of course, Budge says of men. The ancient Egyptians had particular ideas about God, which informed their philosophy of education. In his book, The Dawn of Conscience, The Sources of All Moral Heritage in the Ancient World, James H. Breasted, referring to ancient Egypt's document known as the Memphite Drama, estimated to have been produced by ancient Egypt's priestly board of temple thinkers. Note well, in the year 3300 before the Economy era, states that it was the earliest known discussion of right and wrong in the history of humankind. A semi-theological, semi-philosophical, the earliest known philosophical discussion. In this document, Ptah, one of the names attributed to the creator in ancient Egypt, is presented as a god who thought creation in the one's heart and commanded it into being. Ulizwi wabanyam. It comes from ancient Egypt. African people saying their God created with the word, as they continue to. The ones commanded into being with one's tongue. The ones inclinations are revealed through the following words attributed to the Creator. As for whom he does what is loved and him who does what is hated, life is given to the peaceful and death is given to the criminal. It's exactly 10:30. The Batababu was a sotobare mushuito tswelapi. The rhythm goes on, but I'm a disciplined cadre of African culture. And I promise that I'm going to stop 30 minutes, unless, of course, there will be no questions, then I'll continue. But now I'm stopping so that anyone and everyone may have the opportunity to interrogate me. Let me take my spectacles. The irony is that I can't read with spectacles. I read with my naked eye, but I can't see far without spectacles. Okay, I'm here. Shall I have a chair who's going to recognize people? But I think that Eli Hassa has already raised his hand. Morenak.
Thank you very much. One of the biggest...
Hello? Testing?
1, 2.
Yes.
Prof, thank you very much for well-presented thoughts. One of the biggest issue from 2013, when decoloniality group that had gone to Barcelona under the leadership of Professor Sabelo Ndlovu-Gacheni, when they came back to give a report back on what they have learned. And this has also been a continuation in many other conversations of this nature as we encountered. It was about the starting point in the telling of a story, that which is called the locus of enunciation. And it seems where the story began in much of the narratives has been linked to 1492, which somehow in other texts of other Afrocentrists, it is somehow seen still as a form of a middle passage scholarship that begins with the encounter with the violent other, which then somehow becomes a half narrative that then enmeshes the historiography in the point of the beginning of the violent encounter that then enclaves everything else in what we are going to say from that. So it was sort of a concern and a comment at the same time in how you have presented that you seem to be expanding this canvas and taking it far, far back. There seem to be voices that then suggest that there is a danger. It's sort of an opinion that then seems to suggest that African thinkers who think like that somehow seems to be seeking to do exactly what Europe did by enmeshing the whole world into the African narrative, while the advanced notions of polycentrist perspective. I'm just throwing it to you. Thank you.
Shall I respond to that? Well, thank you very much. The Afrocentric scholars state unequivocally and unapologetically that the history of the African people does not begin in Europe. It does not begin with colonialism and it has nothing to do with slavery. African people have an ancient history, and that is a fact. That is the response to the first question. And the response to the second question of perhaps imitating the Europeans, it is completely false at two levels. The first level is that it is completely false at two levels. What Jeff Under Diop taught us, and in fact, I noticed that the scholar Edward Blyden raised this first, and then followed by Carter G. Woodson, and later followed by Jeff Under Diop and other scholars. They told us that whatever we do, we must always make sure that we approach our scholarship on a scientific basis. And Chancellor Williams articulated this very well and said that if we distort our own history because we want to embellish it and want to feel good about ourselves, then we are no different from the distorters of history like Eurocentrics. So these African scholars and Afrocentric scholars made that very clear. Now, one of the things that we learned from Jane Diop was that in advancing the notion for which he was heavily punished, that ancient Egypt was black, was that he did not begin, he began on a scientific basis. He cited historiography and scholarship that was not unjust or biased from Europe, the likes of Volney and all of that. And to this very day, other scholars after Martin Bernal, Boval, and others continue to wage this war because the Eurocentrists continue to resist. So the point then that I'm making is that when you read Aristotle, Aristotle was a Greek ancient scholar. It is Aristotle who says that the notion of constitutionalism began in Europe. It is Plato in his book, The Laws, who says that Egyptian gentlemen should try to study mathematics in the way that the children of Egypt are doing. It is not a sentimental African scholar saying that. It is the ancient Greek scholars themselves. I quoted Rousseau. Rousseau, I think, was from France, and that scholar, that philosopher highly respected. And so, therefore, in making the argument, we quote Herodotus, we quote Isocrates, ancient Greek scholars who have openly acknowledged the fact that they, Lefkowitz, who's angry against Africa, goes to the extent like Boval has done in his recent book. They point that Greek scholars sometimes, and I'm using this word literally, sometimes lied and said that they had studied in Egypt because they wanted to give legitimacy to their learning. They wanted to give authenticity to their education. That's how highly regarded. So all these things are not being said by African claimants or nostalgic Africans. We take this scholarship, recently in 1907, this man, what's his name? I forget. Gerard Massey wrote in a beautiful text titled "The Egypt, the Light of the World." That was the title of the book. His other book, In the Beginnings. You see, so it's showing that this began. So we are not making false claims and trying to invent out of nothing or out of our imagination. But we know that there will always, because these are very painful truths, and it's very difficult to accommodate them. Because even today, the textbooks that are read by many in the departments of philosophy, which I have read, when they begin to tell you the history of philosophy, they begin with Greek. And yet they know themselves that that is not a fact. Then hard luck. It is what it is. No? I'm afraid, nangu sasinokuthula uyakhuluma lapha. Mamchali.
Thank you. But I must say that for a Monday morning, there's been too much English. So I'm really looking very calm on the surface, but pedaling very hard. I haven't gotten around to unearthing those books, Baseka, that I told you yesterday that the summer school demands that we unpack and dust off and highlight, and I think this particular intervention by yourself, Putse Santi, is that kind. So I'm trying to take us a notch down. It's still Monday morning. And I didn't have coffee because I was busy greeting, as we ought to have done, really and truly before we even prayed and all of that or whatever. But yeah, a lot. I was in Barcelona, 2014. I must say that beyond perhaps the bigger philosophical questions that particular trajectory sort of like unfolded, and I'm one of those people who really appreciate the fact that as a kindred, as children of the same womb, we are able to wrestle with things. One way or the other, we are part of the same system that Nemachena, a good friend of mine, famously characterizes as the perpetuation of mass ignorance. We are educated and highly ignorant. And it's something that I think Barcelona began to provoke us to own up to. Just reflecting on my own PhD journey, I used to be so proud to say, that was radical. But very quickly, I understood why it was not as radical as if I had not gone to Barcelona, I would not have understood. And that one thing is that we keep critiquing modernity within the very prescripts of modernity. That's an aside. I was trying to find my feet in English. Let me try to find my feet in philosophy now. Thank you, Prof. I think the question that came to me as you were sharing with us is this idea of education. What are we educating for? What are we educating for? We want engineers who will build bridges on a platform that is weeping every day. It is weeping, it is bleeding. We want doctors. I don't even want to go there. Mama T does that better than I ever could. Whose sense of obstetrics is violent. We want teachers who replace the breast. What are we educating for? And what kind of world do we then envision? One of the things that I take up was that, the family, the local was teaching. And perhaps one of the things that the COVID pandemic has really brought us to is to say, perhaps instead of the grand designs, perhaps beyond the state, beyond the global, beyond the bigger institutions of organizing, a more benign and humane way of organizing would be organic to people, such that at the end of the day they are self-determining, they are self-sufficient, and there's no big brother who's supposedly more knowledgeable than they are, And in that way, they will begin this, I think is a Kemetic injunction to say, know thyself, so that when you do, then you know the gods. In other words, should education not actually be less about learning engineering, but more about learning of our own depth? As Prof. Spamanda always says, that we have learned, we've mastered everything except ourselves. We have mastered degrees on Aristotle except ourselves. And I think beyond Barcelona, then the discussion was decoloniality, yes, that was one. But more than that, how do we re-Africanize, as you are saying? So I was really struggling a bit to find that kind of discussion, because one of the things that we wrestled with a bit, you know, when we envisioned the summer school, was to say, what do we learn from nature? To the extent then that we do not become as violent as the engineers, we do not become as destructive as those people say, push, 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 you know, and et cetera, and et cetera. And one of the concepts that we had was land-based knowledges. Alien from the land, alien from the rhythms of nature, wanting to have this control, wanting to be dominant over things, to show mastery, and all of that. And shouldn't we rather be taking it a notch down to say perhaps what wisdom, ethics, deep ethics might be instead to be in tandem with the land, in tandem with the people, the stars, which some people say that we are actually from, and common era and all of that. I suppose those are the debates of our time and things like that. But I think more than anything, I wanted to breathe in the morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sis Noctula. Briefly, I'm trying to locate my watch because I know that I must be out of this place by 11 exactly if I'm not to miss. Oh, good. You know, Unjabulo Ndebele once wrote a beautiful book. I cannot remember the content, but I remember the title. The title was The Rediscovery of the Ordinary. Because, you see, in our struggle for liberation in this country, as an example, in the liberation movement to which I belonged, they were very proud to speak about Maoism and to speak about, they wanted to compete with the other and speak about Marxism. Because when you speak about Maoism and speak about Marxism, you sound as an intellectual. The same way in our academic spaces, when you speak epistemology, hermeneutics, ontology, you sound intellectual. So I hear you very well. And I try to do that, to sound as accessible as I possibly can. But unfortunately, because I speak, and this is another thing, language is a very powerful tool of empowering and disempowering. I learned this a number of years ago. There was a young man I hated with passion. So, but I heard that he was downstairs. We were both in Durban. I'd been speaking English the whole week. When I heard that he was down there, I ran like a lunatic to embrace him because I was longing to speak in isiXhosa. I was feeling sick. When you listen to another language for too long, it assaults you mentally. And Sheikh Anta Diop explains this, and Steve Biko I was surprised when Biko, of all the intellectuals, Biko confessed to this, and he said when he was speaking English, he was self-conscious because he didn't want to make a mistake, because he didn't want to sound stupid. So the issue of language is a serious issue. So I fully agree and embrace that, and I'm glad that you've raised it, because it shows that we must really attend to that issue as African people, and that is the first fundamental issue that Sheikh Anta Diop addresses in his book, in I think it was his very first paper that was published, When Do We Begin to Speak an African Renaissance? He says that we cannot credibly and effectively speak about an African Renaissance unless and until we develop our African languages and again empower them to the level that they were at, so that they can be able to absorb scientific terms, philosophical terms, and all of that. So I agree. And the point you're making about the ancient Egyptians when they say know thyself, and some people think that I do it for one reason or the other, but when you meet an elder or anyone else, they will ask, here is a beautiful example. Dr. Seti, for a very long time she calls me Prof. Then I found out that she's a Mamtakwende. Now Mamtakwende is my father's mother, that clan. So I told her never again to call me Prof, to call me Mkuluwa in isiXhosa, because I suspect that even Puti is Afrikaans. So I called her, but I told her, no, it doesn't work. Now yesterday I was reciting many clan names, and Mamutlotiwe jumped up and said, oh, you were given birth to your father, you are Umzangwa. He said, yes. And now we have established that I'm related to her. Because in our culture, it doesn't matter how many thousands of kilometers, whether you've never met or not, once you have the same clan name, you are family. If I were to go to her place and they were slaughtering a cow, I would simply join in Joshua Manam, because I am the granddaughter of Amandakwende. We are literally family, and she is literally my family. So those are the kinds of things then that Mamchal, we must advance. I'm thinking practically and seriously about the basic things that we need to teach ourselves. Know thyself. It begins there. One of the things that I learned recently about language is that, and in these patriarchalized African families, you would normally hear that lomdwana ngumdwana wesendel gaban. Now, a distorted thing in African culture, because when a child's history is traced, it is traced on both sides. And our languages are satanized. Now, I learned in Kikuyu, the word nyukwa means your mother. I looked at that word nyukwa, your mother, and then looked in ours, unyoko, right? And now I'm sitting there and I'm trying to make sense. This word unyoko is made out of two parts. Unyo, yako. I hear someone gasping there. Because if I had said vagina, no one would have gasped. But because I've said inyo, people are gasping, because our language have been demonized to appear as if they are vulgar. But if we were to emphasize to our children that you refer to that person as unyoko, because mdanamu pumenyweni. If we were to emphasize to our children that they come from the vagina, because all children, except of course, even those that came out through operation, ultimately they come from the womb. And they come from the womb, they were connected to their mothers by the umbilical cord. And so, in truth and in reality, as the Akan people say, a child is more what his or her mother is. We have been taught patriarchy, and this isn't a thing is highly and overly celebrated. If we were teaching our children directly that upumenyweni, a child would know that inyo is not something to be violated. You don't just push in and out your penis in any way you like, because you come from that inyo. When you approach Inyo, you approach it with reverence, you approach it with respect. Because Inyo is something tender. Inyo is the gateway to life. Hence, the symbol in ancient Egypt, the Ankh, because it shows us that here is the womb, and here is the waist, and that the gateway for all human beings is from the womb, via the penis, down the waist, and into the world. And therefore that in African culture, we value women. Because in African culture, we teach that the womb is the first home of all human beings. And that is why men can't do with women, and they want to go in big there, because that is their home. And they go through the penis, and they go there. All of us, women, are not merely wives in their families, they are mothers. Because undondela, umamzangolo wasekhaya, she gives birth to the ndondelas. Ndondela does not give birth to amazango. So women in African culture. So those are the things then. If I had proceeded and the time permitting, Mamchad, that is the kind of aspect I would emphasize. But I'm going to give Dr. Seti that article so that we share it amongst ourselves, and later on we can discuss. But those are the values that we need to rediscover as African people. And ancient Kemet philosophy affords us that, because along the way things got lost. But the beauty about Kemet is not so much that, you know, it did the pyramids and this and this and that. It has got literature for us that restores us, that recenters us in that philosophical sense. And your question then, the question that you are raising, and this is the question that I'm asking and that all of us must ask: why? For what are we educating? And our ancestors were educating and bringing up human beings that were going to become godlike. And they project God as a God of compassion, a God of love. And they project this God as a God who has got both feminine and masculine elements. Not this business where we are being told that God was a man and that God created all human beings in the image of this man, and that women come from the rib underneath the smelling armpit, and that it is women who are responsible for the entering of the sin into the world. And that's why women are giving birth in a painful way. So that women are told that they were created, and this man says that women were created for the benefit and the pleasure of men. Says St. Paul, says women were created for men and not vice versa. And that women are coming from men. But we know that that's the only source that tells us that women are coming from men. We see it every day. We see men and women coming out of the vagina.
There's just one question from the people who are joining us, but I can see we've only got 3 minutes. There's a comment here. I appreciate the call to scrutinize our history in health sciences. There's this tendency of judging literature of the year of publication, getting the value of history of the profession. How do we reconcile the past and present in knowledge generation and appreciation?
Hello. Oh, okay, Ukolo. Okay, I'm going to have to do that again, sorry. So we have a comment that says, I appreciate the call to scrutinize our history in health sciences. There's a tendency of judging literature based on the year of publication, forgetting the value of history of the profession. How do we reconcile the past and present in knowledge generation and appreciation?
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. When I began to try to make that point earlier on, when I was connecting with the ancestors, I recall saying Africans define the community as our ancestors, those who are gone, those who are living, and those who are yet to come. So there's an unbroken link that our ancestors serve as our inspiration, but that inspiration serves us who are living today so that we can do what they did and even do better in their honor, so that we prepare for the world for those who are yet to come. So therefore, in that sense, all these African Afrocentric scholars have taught us that we do not study history for romantic and sentimental purposes. We study history as a source of inspiration, because the reason that Eurocentric scholars distorted our history was that they should, mentally and psychologically defeat us, so that we feel helpless and hopeless because we are nothing. But the reason that we study history, we study it in such a way so as to learn, because African people themselves were never perfect human beings. There were mistakes and wrongs that we did along the passage of time. We learned to do better and to build on that. And so that is why and how we link the past to the present. Because a child, a simple thing, a child who does not know which family he or she comes from, suffers. Psychologists tell this. When you don't have a sense of where you come from, you suffer psychologically. You have a sense of identity crisis. And that's why we saw the major focus of many Afrocentric scholars in the US was to focus on psychology, because African Americans were damaged mentally, and hence the high levels of and all domestic and this and that. And they were also treated, they were separated from one another. Even when they reached America, they would take African people as animals, mate them together, and thereafter take away the child that is newly born, because that child needs to go and serve the interests of the mother. They would force African men to rape African women so as to reproduce children that were going to be tough. And so as a result of that, this business of disrespecting African women as we do it here, because we think that women are merely objects of sex and objects of pleasure. And so when then we study our African history and our African culture and our African philosophy, our major task is to, Mam Charlie says this, why? Because we seek to reclaim the best in us as human beings, as that which makes us human. Bantu Biko articulated, he says, black consciousness and the quest for a true humanity. He says that the Western world may have done wonders in creating an industrial and military outlook. The greatest gift is yet to come from Africa, giving the world a humane face. We seek to do that. And I want to quickly apologize to everyone. I'm not one of those who think that, where I'm so intelligent, such that when I've spoken, I don't need to listen to anyone else. I need to quickly rush to the Senegalese embassy to secure a visa. As soon as I'm done with that, I'll come back and listen to everyone else. And I'm sorry. I was very looking forward to listening to Mdana Sakai, but I'm sure the video will do it for me. But I'll listen to her tomorrow, and I'll even have a conversation tonight and engage with what she has said, and I apologize. But I'll be back within no time. Thank you very much again.
Colleagues, we are going to take a break for coffee and some snacks outside. We'll be back at 11:30. It's been a heavy morning. It's been a very, very heavy morning. I also, you get to a point where you don't even know if you know English anymore. You're like, is it just me, or like, what is happening in my life? I'm even thinking, did I December too much? And now I have not gotten back to the groove of things. What is happening? Yeah, Mara, Prof always takes us there. He always takes us there, and we are so appreciative of his wisdom whenever he is with us. There is more engagement to happen. We are going to engage more. So for now, let's just break for coffee, and then we'll start at 11:30. Thank you, colleagues. All right, welcome back, colleagues. We are back. Colleagues, it is now, I think, 11:31 or 32, so we're starting. As you are well aware, in the morning we were running a little bit behind schedule, having the audiovisual guys connecting, and so we started a little bit late. Because of that, we did not get to know each other, as it were. There were no introductions, and I know yesterday we did meet at the cocktail dinner, but I think it is important just to do a very short round of who we are. I have requested time, so that we can take the 10-15 minutes or so just to get to know each other. So your name and department or school or college or university where you're situated. If you would like to share the kind of work you do, you may do so, and then thereafter we will hand over to her, just so that we don't leave the room and start to call each other hey. Good day, hello colleague, how are you? We get to know each other just a little bit, right? So I think we'll start with the Honorable Remo. Are you going to? Honorable Remo Filwe. And then we carry on.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Remo Filwe, known as Remo Sitlare. And I work with Dr. Seti, and it is such a pleasure to be here and to have everybody at the summer school.
Good morning. I'm Melusi from the Department of Communication Science. Yeah, we're here finally.
Good morning, everyone. Ayobami Adekola. I'm a postdoc at Institute for Gender Studies. So it's nice to be here. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Morakiyo Akintolu. I work with the UNESCO Chair of Open and Distant Learning, Unisa. I'm a postdoctoral fellow. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Rebecca Resenga from the Department of Health Studies.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ivan Komazi. I'm with the Department of Communication, and I am focusing in the marketing and the brand space.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Paseka Paumele. I'm from the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology, and I'm also the Uber guy, along with my friend Pila, who's not here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Spesila Jojo, and I am a former member of the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology. Thank you.
Dumelang kaofela. Lebitso la ka ke Lehasa Moloi. And then I'm in the Department of Development Studies.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gloria Sauti, and I'm from the Department of Anthropology and Archaeology. It's nice to be here and meet every one of you.
Hi, my name is Butlatsi. I'm from the Department of Philosophy, Practical Systematic Theology, Philosophy Discipline. Thank you.
Sanbonan, unoktula hlabangan, angnayo department.
Sanbonani, Dumelang, greetings. Kamala Mumbali Khame. I'm from the Department of Political Sciences, and yeah, I'm part of the college-wide module in Decoloniality, Africana Thought, Discourse and Critique.
I'm from Ebukosini Solutions. Thank you.
Sanbonani, good morning. I'm Dumim Kize from the Department of English Studies.
Dumelang. My name is Kitiswa Sete. I'm from the Department of Communication Sciences.
Dumela. Ke nna Thabang Masedi from Communication Science Department. Tango.
Curtis Love from Department of Philosophy, Systematic Theology, and Practical Theology. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Roberto Hernandez from the Department of Chicana and Chicano Studies in San Diego State University in California, and great to be here with you all.
Dumela, Sani Bonani, Molweni. The Eva Kharja, Ono Kunigan is Sanam Dum, is as in me. August Bemeg Curry Law here, Lecht, Unsho. Ono Kunigan is my name, and I'll be giving a couple of presentations at the school. I'm from Ireland, Centre for Post-Colonial Studies, Linnaeus University, Sweden.
Siyazibulisela ngugatyeni lo mamali Ndondela inkomo ezibomvu umnywabe obizwa nje ngo-GX ngabamaziyo ndiliwele likamazikhali apha yakhona ndikhona ndingu-PA wakhe ndingumanager wakhe si-owner indawo ebizwa iBuyelembo Village or Cultural Village eQonce enkosi.
Molweni, good morning. My name is Nwabisa Xotiwe. This is my what can stand my associate, my manager, my partner in this movement, African spirituality. I'm an author of the book Unes Dokonje Unetyala, which narrates the importance of preserving our African culture, our identity, and our clan names. You will hear more about me when I take up the stage. Thank you.
Tobela. I'm the last one and I was late. Apologies. My name is Lidile Nana Jeche and I do not have a department, but I'm here as the communications and marketing person from the CHS college. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues. Now that that is done, I will then introduce our next one.
When it's nice, and then when there is nice time.
I am. I don't have a department, but I'm I think the most recognizable name because I've been emailing everyone for 17 months now. So everyone knows my name is Vuyo Seti Sonamzi. Yeah, ndingumalethu mamnta kwende utyebelendle usolizembe uqoshe mgqobeni. Bathi ngungwayibanjwa ibanjwa ngabayaziyo. So yeah, that's who I am essentially. Ndizalwe eMantlaneni. Yeah, I'm from the College of Human Sciences as well. I am somewhat sitting on one bum in the Office of Transformation. So yeah, that's where we are. Colleagues, I'm going to introduce our next speaker that we are very excited about. I maybe want to, well, I did explain it yesterday to those who were there, but the uniqueness and difference with our programming this year is that you will be moved from intense English in one session where you doubt your own faculties, and then you will be moved into an intense emotional session where you feel like you can't find your own bearings, and then you will be moved into activism that makes you question everything you think you know. And that is by design as far as we are concerned. We have been sitting in sessions for many, many years where we are in the academy 24/7 for 5 days. So we thought, let's do something different this year. Let's involve the spirit. Let's involve the activism. Let's involve everyone and everything, so that you are never really sure where you are in what we're supposed to be doing. But our goal ultimately is that on Friday, we are able to piece all of the different pieces of the puzzle together, not based on, not from the lecturer's side, but all of us will then sit and piece together what we've learned, right? So, Unwabisa, yesterday I got to the guest house and I was just checking who has arrived and who hasn't, who's still coming, and they said there is somebody here who's come. I said, who? And then they mentioned an English name that I didn't recognize. I was so concerned. I thought maybe they gave our room to somebody else, and now I have to go and kick this person out and say, you are not the person I was expecting. I said, who is this? I'm like, these English names can be so problematic at times. So I ran upstairs. I'm like, who is this person? I'm ready to kick them out. I get there and I'm like, no, man. Why are they making me so anxious that I have to do something that is outside of who I am and kick a human out of a room because they've given it to somebody else? So we are honored to have her. I sent her a message on Facebook. You know, people whose LinkedIn accounts will say contact details, but then you try to click on the coin, nothing shows up and you just don't know where to find them. You have no idea how to reach them. I sent a Facebook message and said, please can you send me your email address? And of course, Facebook, when you're not friends, it's going to send it to another corner where she has to accept that she wants to talk to this stranger. She has no idea who. So it went on and on and on. And she finally came back to me and I said, whew, because Usis Noktula Wati. In fact, the whole committee said we need to have this person in the summer school. So I was desperate to find her. I am really, really honored to introduce to you Mrs. Nwabisa Klotiwe, who is a teacher by profession, a freelancer, and an associate. She obtained a diploma in education at CPUT in 1999 and holds a degree in education specialization from Cape Peninsula University of Technology. She's a spiritual healer, a consultant, an assessor, a moderator, and a skills training facilitator, an indigenous knowledge teacher, an MC, a public speaker, a mentor, and advisor of cultural and heritage events. She is a co-owner, as just mentioned, of Buyelembo Village, which is a cultural village, artistic hub, and tourist attraction establishment. She is also a chair of Buyelembo Village NPO, which focuses on community conversations, dialogue and advocacy, culture and heritage work. Okay, so she published a book, as mentioned, titled Unesiduko nje, Unetyala, and will soon be launching a second edition of the book in the same title. We are honored and absolutely intrigued to have you. Enkosi kakhulu.
Dumelang. Molweni. Sanbonani. Lochani. Don't we have Ndebele people in the house? Lochani. Avsheni. Nda. Oh wow. Tamakwini. NdinguGeorge uzikhali utiye kumabombo butsolo bentonga, ndingukhwalo, ndinguncuthu, ndingumlanjana, ndingusobese, kisihloholo sabatlokwa, ke Mosotho, uTsotetsi, uBhulani, uTshwetisi, ndingudlamini, ndingutiba, ndingusibakhulu, ndingugasela, ndingumvemve, ndingusidudu semvaba, ndingundlovu, ndingumalunga, ndinguboya benyathi, buyasongwa nje, buyasombuluka, masicamagushe, ndingumolokazana wogatyeni, omamale, ondondela, onkomo zibomvu, Queen. Greetings to the distinguished guests, the erudites and friends of the Unisa College of Human Sciences, Dr. Vuyo Seti Sonamzi, and the entire team that have invited me. Thank you so much for the invite. I must commend you, Doc, and your team for giving us a platform as Abantu Be African spirituality to have our voices heard. I think this is the time that our ancestors have been waiting for, because they've been crying, asking a question that when are they waking up from their slumber? I mean, we've been captivated for so long that we are still sleeping. No one wants to say anything about the mess captivity has done in us, spiritual and otherwise. I was so looking forward, Doc, to this session. But I must say that I was also looking forward to do my presentation in isiXhosa, because I thought we have got to the point where we have decolonized the medium of communication as well. You know, knowing that I'm coming to the institution of higher learning and there's going to be too much English, I thought, let me dress up in my regalia so that at least my ancestors can recognize me, because I knew that there's going to be too much English, big English, of which our ancestors don't understand a word. They died illiterate. They couldn't even read or write. That is why sometimes we question the knowledge and the information that God spoke to them through the Bible. They couldn't read, they couldn't write. God wouldn't have spoken to our ancestors through a book. God continued to speak to our ancestors through the signs, symbols, and connection with nature. You know, He would never have spoken to them through a book. Tama Queen, Molwen. So, Doctor, I think as Africans, we need to get to a point where we choose at least one African language that will unite us all, like Swahili, if we have to, you know. Or we must push ourselves to be able to speak at least our South African official languages. We have 9, and I can only speak 2. It's a disgrace if I call myself an African not to be able to speak our 9 African languages that are spoken in South Africa. And that reminds me, and I'm happy that Prof have alluded to Utata Steve Biko. Utata Steve Biko, in his book, I Write What I Like, he spoke about the characteristics of a defeated race. I'll quote all of them because I feel in Dobana we need to hear this more often. He said, a defeated race is a race that brags about cars that they drive that are manufactured by companies owned by another race. A defeated race is the race that brags about houses that are financed by financial institutions that are owned by other races. A defeated race is a race that celebrates weddings in style of another race. A defeated race is a race that hate each other by defending other races. A defeated race is a race that get excited to work for another race. A defeated race is a race that the only freedom it has is the freedom to vote, not the economic freedom. A defeated race is a race that is the majority, but its survival relies on the minority race. A race that has fully adopted language and religion of another race. We speak English more than the Europeans. You know, we worship Jesus more than the Jews. You know, we are so indebted in other people's religions up to a point where we call ourselves Hebrews of Hebrews. We call ourselves Hebere wa Mahebere. We have forgotten who we are. You know, we call ourselves Galatians and Romans. You know, we affiliate with religions that are Dutch Reformed. You know, our is called Dutch Reformed. As an African, you call yourself Dutch, you call yourself Galatians. Letters that are written in the Bible that are for Ephesians. You know, we adopt them as though we are Ephesians, yet we are Africans. I mean, how can I, you know, read a letter that is written to Ephesians as though it is written to Africans, you know? So, Steve Biko is really challenging us to begin to embrace ourselves, to redefine who we are, you know, to decolonize our spirituality, because your religion is man-made. You know, it's a man-made system of worship. Before a religion came, you know, to our country, we were spiritual people. We could connect to the universe. We continued to connect with the universe through the symptoms and through the signs. Kama Queen, are you still with me? So I'm putting forward a challenge, Getok and your team, that we really try by all means to decolonize our language of a medium of communication during these sessions, because some of the things we won't be able to convey them in English. English is too difficult, and now really it makes me tense. You know, the thinking of speaking English the entire session and listening to English, really it kills me. It really makes me very tense. You know, when I speak of the issues of decolonialization, I feel like speaking in my own language or in any African language that we have here in South Africa. Utokuke, when she invited me, she gave me a number of topics to choose from. And I felt that today, Jay, I feel like we can discuss the being, you know, the state of existence. Who are we? How do we connect? How are we connected to the universe? You know, what is our spirituality? How do we worship? You know, I mean, I think our spirituality is not known because of these religions that came to our shores. You know, we ended up not knowing how to relate with the universe. So we are the spiritual beings, we are the mind, we are the body, we are the soul. The soul. We are the spiritual bodies that are embodied in human flesh, right? We are the inner beings. We are more than anything the third eye, the spiritual beings, the inner beings. When the spirit escapes, you know, we die, meaning that we are the spiritual being. You know, we were supposed to be more than anything, spiritualize everything we do. I think Tina, we walk by sight. We forget that we are surrounded by our spiritual beings, our ancestors. You know, our ancestors never died. They still live even today in the spiritual realm. They still connect with us. As you are seated here, it's not only you that are here. All your ancestors are here with you. Millions and millions of your forefathers are here with you because they never ceased to live, but they transcend to the spiritual realm. You know, the spirit does not die. It continues to live, and some of those spirits reincarnate. They come back and live within our bodies. That is why when I greet, I don't say molo. I say molweni, because I greet you and your ancestors. I greet you and your forefathers, those who lived before you and who continues to live within you or with you. So in this room today, there's millions and millions of us. You know, it's not only the individuals that you can see with the naked eyes, but it's millions of the ancestors who are spiritual that we see with the spiritual eyes. Tama Queen? So the spirit being that I am is connected to our melanin. You know, when I speak of melanin yethu nje is the throne of God, is what defines us. I wish I was more darker than this. You know, I feel, you know, when someone did mess up with my melanin, somehow. I'm light. I'm too light for my liking, personally. You know, so our spiritual being is related to our melanin. You know, I read a magazine by Alex, the magician of Ghana, and he wrote, "Oh, what a glorious revelation it was for me to realize that the key to life, the secrets of the universe, and the essence of divinity lives within the physical bodies of the melanated African people." It is said that as Africans, we have 9 DNA strands, and other races have 6. Hence, they are calling us Inzala Bantu, meaning that we can give birth to all the other races, but they cannot give birth to us. No other race can give birth to an African child, but Tina, we can give birth to all the other races. Maskama Kushen. So they say the melanin, the sun have melanin, the sun is God, and the sun God, Uchiko, Ulilanga, Ukamata. You know, we have what we call Ukamata Ilanga, because we have realized that actually the sun is God. That is why the Bible came with the confusion of the Son of God, S-O-N. And Tina, we knew the Son, S-U-N, which is God. You know, so Tina, when we say the Son God or the Son of God, we refer to God, who is the Son to us. You know, I follow the teachings of a great empire of Kemet by Umkhulu Nsingiza. Umkhulu is helping us to worship the sun, or to follow the sun around as it goes around the equator, right? Is helping us to, is teaching us about the African calendar. You know, the African calendar, it's about following the sun, right? The summer solstice, summer is spring equinox, you know. As a result, my new year is in September, you know, unlike those who follow the Gregorian calendar, which is based on the northern hemisphere, who celebrates the new year in January. We have nothing to do with a new year that take place in January. Our new year starts in September. Even the nature proves that. Everything is bright, green, glitz and glamorous. The birds sing, the rivers sing. You know, it shows that it's a new year in September. So we follow Siangula, and Umkhulu Nsingiza is telling us that we worship the sun at wrong times, during wrong times. That is why Christmas year too, you see Father Christmas wearing gumboots, net jacket. It's because Father Christmas is not our Father Christmas. Here is summertime. In the northern hemisphere is winter. Hence, he is wearing winter wear and gumboots and a velvet jacket. You know, so we commend our leaders, Umkhulu Nsingiza, for bringing us back to our minds, you know, to our ways of doing things, teaching us about the African calendar, reminding us, in fact, about the African calendar, you know. So in June, we were, which month is this? We are in? We're in January. In December, we were in Limpopo. We're following the sun around. In September, we were in Mpumalanga, where the sun arrives from the northern hemisphere. And then in December, summer solstice would start on the 22nd and the 23rd of December. We were in Limpopo on the 22nd and 23rd of March. We are going to KwaZulu-Natal. So yes, Umkhulu is doing really a great job. So we are saying we have melanin. We are the gods, Sinza Labantu. We can give birth to all the other races, but no one can give birth to us. Well, melanin is in the sun. The sun have melanin. The soil have melanin. Hence, Sinsundu. You know, we are dark like the soil, right? Kuthiwa singabantu abantsundu, not abantu abamnyama. Singabantu abantsundu, like the soil, the color of the soil. Mother Nature have melanin. We are like Mother Nature. Kama Queen. Water have melanin, plants have melanin, trees have melanin, animals, air. So as people, we are connected to all of the above because of the melanin and the energy in them. We are the spirit beings with melanin, right? Melanin yet is connected to our spirit being, and our hair, you know, our hair, we are our hair. We are our melanin, and we are our hair as well. As African people, we are our Afro-textured, tightly coiled, ribbon-like follicles. Our hair are our crown, and our antenna. We connect with our hair. Hence they're saying, you'd hear abantu who speak in isiXhosa saying, Ndina manwele. What is amanwele, Doc, in English? You know, when you sense the negative energies, you feel it in your hair, you know. Our hair is our antenna. Our hair is our crown. We sense our surroundings with our hair. Hence, we should not cut or extend our hair, because we will struggle to connect if we do anything artificial with our hair, because our hair is our antenna. As Africans, we have a wrapping tradition that is practiced by both men and women to symbolize our tribe and our social status. In Africa, even men do wrap their heads. I'm not talking about the caps and panamas, no. I'm talking about wrapping our hair with idok, and we look beautiful in that. And our men look beautiful in that, because we've been taught to take care of our antenna so that we can use it to connect with the spiritual world, you know, sensing our surrounding, sensing the negative and the positive energies. And our mothers would sit their daughters on their lap in the olden days and plait or braid their daughter's hair as a bonding session, you know. Can you see how important our hair are to us? We use them as a bonding session between a mom and a daughter. And during that time, when umama plaits her daughter, they are talking about issues of life. You know, when your mom sits you on the lap, obviously, uyambora. You say everything. You can talk about everything. So we use those as sessions for bonding between umam and daughter. In many parts of Africa, head shaving is usually attributed to bereavement. You know, when somebody has died in the African culture, is then that we shave our hair, showing or mourning. That is a mourning ritual, and is an act of respect to the dead. That's one of the times where we shave our hair. A nursing or a newly delivered mom can shave her hair after 10 days. You know, after she has given birth to the child, right? And we make sure that the umbilical cord of the baby have fallen at that time. So it's more like a ritual that is performed when a newly mom now acknowledges that it's more like a rite of passage in a way, because now someone who had no child now has a baby. That person is now a what? A mother. It's a rite of passage for the mom. Therefore, we shave our hair when we enter a new what, Doctor? Nancy English, a new stage. Thank you. And also, when the baby turns 12 months old, a child can shave, you know, parents can shave that child. That is one of the important processes that we observe as Africans. We don't miss that period of shaving the baby's hair when she turns or he turns 12 months old. Hindus do perform that ceremony as well. They call it a mundane, where they shave the baby's hair to rid the baby of any negativity from their past life while they are promoting mental and spiritual development. So it's not only us as Africans who observe that. Other nations and other races do observe it too. When a young girl gets to intonjane stage, that young girl can shave, right? Intonjane is a rite of passage when a young girl is initiated to womanhood. So they can shave their hair. When a young man gets to the initiation school, they are allowed to shave their hair as well. And when a spiritually gifted gets initiated to become a spiritual healer, when I was initiated to become a spiritual healer, my hair was shaved because I'm entering a new stage in my life. So that's the only time that I would shave my hair. But also when the new year, during my new year in September, I've decided to shave my hair. You know, we shave our hair with reasons. We must have reasons to shave our hair. We don't just decide to shave anytime, anywhere. So other than that, we don't even allow people to touch our heads or cut our hair or throw them or throw our hair away. You know, there's a saying in the African or Xhosa culture where our parents would say, don't throw your hair away because birds will come and take your hair and go and build a nest and you will uzopambana. Do you still remember that? It is because our hair do not cease to live. They continue to live even after we have cut them. So it is important to make sure that we don't cut and throw them away. We cut, it's either we cut and burn them, or otherwise throwing our hair away. I mean, it's nje sisibizela nje enye ingxaki spiritually. We are attracting nje unnecessary problems. Go cut inwele zethu ezisaluni and see our hair lying around on the street. I mean, nje it's a big problem for us as African. No wonder sometimes some of izinto that are happening to us nje kukwiphethe nethile gongathi those things are controlled somewhere. It's because we are reckless when it comes to the issues of our spirituality. And those practices refer to us as Africans kuphela, as they relate to any other races, but they relate to us. So akumelanga ukuthi sijonge ukuba what are other races doing with their hair? Thina as Africans, we need to take care of our hair even after we have shaved them. We don't throw them away. So we have a belief that our hair do not die, yes, after we've shaved them. And what happens to it, whether good or bad, can still locate us, even after we have shaved them. So we are saying we are the spirit and the mind and the body, right? Our existence is controlled by internal and external factors. We are related to our ancestors by blood and spirit, some of them through the reincarnation, like I was saying earlier on, that their spirit do not cease to live. They continue to live even after death in the spiritual realm. And some of them, they do come back, you know, and basi reincarnate, you know, baphile kuthi ngaphakathi. So we believe that some of their spirits come back. You'd hear spiritual healers saying that ndingenwe ngumakhulu. Prof, how do you say that in English? When umakhulu wako ekungena, and that makhulu wants you to twasa and finish what the work that she didn't finish when she lived. What do you say that in English? Mamchal. No, you're not possessed.
I'm saying commonsensically. From our common sense.
Someone is possessed by evil spirits, dog.
And our ancestors posited as evil spirits.
Okay. Oh yes, yes, I hear you.
Go.
I hear you. I hear you.
Because in there is implied a whole treatise, a whole thing. When you say, Mama, that what do we say in English? In English, by implication, then singaqhubeka sithi ugogo ungena nje yina ngapha. English is not so much only a language spoken, but also a way of thinking, a way of receiving, a way of being. So I'm just saying ngiyahlangabeza ngiqhuba nawe. Hayi ukuthi angazi English. Ngiqhuba nawe ukuthi then umcabango ukuthi lo makhulu exercise makalale why are busy nawe. You see, that's what I'm provoking us to take it to its logical conclusion, which then tells us why we are so crazy as a people. So ngiyahlangabeza ma.
All right. Tiabulela Mam Chal, Tiabulela Doc.
I deliberately kept quiet, Mam Kotwa, because I think you put Mam Chal in an awkward position.
Okay.
In that some of the concepts that are in African languages, we cannot translate them into English or any other language. For instance, you know, when we speak about Sangoma, for some reason, those who speak English will say that that is a traditional doctor. And that word in itself becomes problematic because the tradition in that sense, because when these people are speaking about tradition, they are speaking about something that is related to the past, something that is primitive, something that has not moved to the modern, something that is backward. And the modern is associated with them because and we see that type of a thing. The same, you ask a person, you are going to push that person into an awkward position. That person will translate it into the bride price, which it is not. And so I laughed, and that's what I do when I'm nervous about things. That was why you saw me laughing, because I didn't know what to do and I didn't want to go. The English word came. And you protested about it because you think that it's not possession. Because again, in English, that word possession carries again a negative connotation. Quite correctly earlier on, I smiled when you were saying that rebatwabansu. You will hear this. Asiti singabanda bamnyama, because. And this is what will make people, again, uncomfortable, because they think that in English, something that is black is something that you learned. And then quiz into sitina as funisim nyam, as funubum nyam, and that does not mean we do not like our blackness. We love it and we refer to it as obunsund. So this translation business is hard because it is not just translation, it is interpretation at the same time.
Thank you, Prof. So that means that as scholars, you have a responsibility of redefining, looking for best suiting English words for izinto zethu. Because really, English is not doing justice to us. Siyekela kuniketina as ordinary people. So yes, so we are spiritual beings, made of blood and flesh, made of soil, water, chemistry, which is the spirit. We are male and female energies. And I've learned that the universe also is male and female. The sun have male energies and the moon have female energies. Hence we are saying, xa umama esiya kwi menstrual cycle, usenyangeni. We say that in isiXhosa is because umama draws the energies zakhe from the moon, you know. So some of these energies, sometimes you'll find out, ndobana, if female energy is trapped in a man's body, a male energy is trapped in a female body. We don't argue about those things as Africans because we know in Ndobana we are the spiritual beings more than we are the physical beings. We let nature be, because even in animals, you know, you get animals that male but is not attracted to a female, and we call that ikwange. Isn't it that so, Prof? Do you know ikwange, Professor? Yeah. Scholars in the responsibilities. I'll continue with the presentation. Can you see that you have a duty? You have a responsibility. So, as spiritual being, we are connected with the universe. Uqamata is the universe. And we communicate, we relate, we connect with Uqamata via our ancestors because we believe in Dokbana. Uqamata, the universe, Ipagade, expands and multiply as an electrifying energy or spirit that is embodied in human flesh, water, air, moon, sun, plants, and animals. So when the universe expands, we as a multiplier into being, a human being, or the energy I tululele kwi plants, or the same energy uqamata ayithululele kwi animals. Hence we believe that when our ancestors die, they go back to the magnificence of the universe. But Bona, the difference is that we have seen them, we have interacted with them. That is why as African society, siya kuqamata via our ancestors. Kuba bona banenimba sithi. They know us by names, you know. So if I call my great-grandfather, who have since passed on, uzakubane nimba ndim, you know, andikengele kuqamata, and my prayers will be heard, you know. And we go to the universe through our ancestors, and those who did the cosmic science will tell us more about how we are connected to cosmology as well. The stars, the horoscopes, the moon, and the sun. You know, we are the original cosmic scientists as Africans. We had a lot to do. We connected a lot with the sun, the moon, and the stars. Umzekelo, in my African Kwixhosa culture, we even call inyanga zonyaka by some of the stars, like uCanzibe, Islimela. This does as. So we are cosmic people. It's not true that we never knew cosmology. We are the original cosmologists. And we name the months of the year according to what that month produces. Umzekelo eyomqungu in January, the grass le yenza thatch roofs, you know, eyomdumba, eyomsinsi, thupha lomsinsi, in August and September, the sprout of indoni thupha lomsinsi, Prof. You must work with me here. Ungowasekhaya, so English yakho yeyethu soyithupha emazangweni. So yes, ithupha lomsinsi in August and umsinsi in September. Sasiziqaphela intshukumo zendalo. In other words, we are related to the trees and the plants. You know, we are related to the animals as well. We have animals that are our totems. For an example, if ungumamfene, you know, you are related to imfene. Imfene is your totem. When you dream about imfene, when you see imfene, kuwe lithamsanqa elo is not something bad. Something good has happened to you. If you have came across imfene on your way to work, you know, you salute la mfene because you are spiritually connected to it. Ondlovu zidla ekhaya, they are related to elephants, you know. Ogatyeni are related to inkomo ezibomvu. You know, some of them go nala, inkomo ezinala, meaning that wealth yabo will be by having more inkomo of that particular color. Ugatyeni umhlambi wakhe, he wants to see inkomo ezibomvu and begin to say, really, I am unkomo ezibomvu. My clan is unkomo ezibomvu because here are the bomvu nkomos. Hey, red cows. We are connected to a number of trees, imithi ebalulekileyo to us, like wild olives, iminquma. We are connected to imithi emithathi, sneeze wood, right? Which is traditionally symbolizes strength and renewal. And we use these trees like sneeze wood emaxhantini asemakhaya because we want into yobana when we do this ritual, we want to be able to attract these you know, energies, these positive energies, as it symbolizes strength kunye ne-renewals. Umnquma ke, we know umnquma as Cape silver willow okanye wild olive. It have a spiritual significance that attract our ancestors' spirits when we do spiritual ceremonies. Umnquma attract wealth and fertility. Umnquma protect us against negative energies. Men carry umnquma as a stick. Stick is not a stick for fighting, is not a tool to fight. We have what we call intonga and what we call induku, esindwini. You know, I do not know how to differentiate it in English. Intonga, it's more like a rod, it's for umsimelelo. You cannot fight with it, intonga, right? Intonga is given to initiates when they come back from initiation school. They are given umnquma to attract positive energies wherever they go, umsimelelo as a rod. And otata, when they go for lobola negotiations, they carry iminquma. So when we see otata carrying iminquma, we know that they are not here to fight, but they are here to build relations. That's how we relate with lemiti. And also, and these things, abantwana bethu do not learn at school. They do not learn about plants that have spiritual significance to us as Africans. That's why we need to decolonize this education system that promotes Western culture and neglect African culture altogether. So I've spoken about umtati, I've spoken about umnquma. We also have a palm tree, isundu. We call it isundu. There was a time during colonialism, during colonial times, when abazali bethu were not allowed to plant isundu. We're not allowed to have isundu. And if you can look around, you'll see palm tree is planted only in suburban areas. Tina, we were not allowed to have it. But because our ancestors were clever, we made brooms out of isundu. Because we wanted to have isundu within our household. Sweep with it, chase away negative energies. And we put umchayelo wesundu, the broom, when there are storms and thunderstorms, because they prevent thunderstorms from destruction, from causing chaos in our households. So we had a way. Bona, they knew, and they wanted to detach us from palm trees. coming up with those policies that you will be jailed if you are seen transporting this tree, if you are seen transplanting this tree, if you are seen sharing this tree among yourselves as Africans, while bona they plant the same tree in their areas, that is the suburban areas. So we have plants in Impepo that we cannot live without, because Impepo is an incense that we burn when we observe our spiritual processes. Some of them drink it, some wash with it, some steam with it, it does many things to many people. We have imihlonyane, we have weed, we have plants for everything as Africans. We have plants to cure every disease. We are connected to plants and trees. Umhlonyan, do you remember umhlonyane came at a time when we had the COVID, and umhlonyane, we grew up drinking umhlonyane. Our abazali bethu knew that anything that has to do with ufuba, you use umhlonyane for it. And when the COVID came, we were safe. Look at us. Ialu immune system booster. We know that from long ago, we grew up drinking ialu to boost our immune system. So this thing of immune system boost is not something new. We grew up with ialu to boost our immune system. We have imihlabangulo and many others to show that we are related to these plants and trees. So they say we are what we eat. Tina, as Africans, we don't eat everything. Not everything that is out there is to be eaten by all of us. Some of us do not eat some of the food that is there, processed food, genetically modified food. What we know is that our food is medicine, medicine is food, right? But with these genetically modified food, we are eating poison. We are killing ourselves spiritually. We are closing our third eye. We don't even dream because of the food that we eat. We can't even see the future because of what we eat. We are poisoning ourselves and we are killing our spirituality if we continue to eat these GMO foods. We must plant our organic food, our own food in our own gardens. How do we trust man ukutya that comes from someone else? How do we trust ukutya that is processed by someone else? So we need to look after what we eat, because we are also what we eat. You are the unique self. Even your fingerprints, they attest to that. You are uniquely created. You are your hair. You are your melanin. It's amazing that out of 58 million South African population, fingerprints is unique to you, to show that you are a unique being. So we said we are the spiritual being. We are the extension of the universe. We are the electrifying male and female energy. We are the male energy that becomes a seed and the female energy that becomes a womb. So if female energy has to do with the fertility and multiplication, ukwanda. As Africans, we have never looked ahead with who is important between a woman and a man. We always knew that both energies must be present for life to continue, right? And both these energies must be present for expansion of the universe, and that is why sometimes before the kings are throned, we will make sure that that king is married. We make sure that there's a female energy around, right? There's never been a king who's not married, who's throned. African life. Have you seen a king that is not married? So meaning that we know that if female energy, is there any problem I don't know of? Yeah, okay. Solo people must help us. Mam Charlie, Ushaka was MP, not in the throne, isn't it? Okay, probably there are exceptional cases. I'll let the Zulu people to explain it more to us. Is it?
No, I think they represent the phenomenon. Sorry, uphazamisa. I think then masikhuluma ngoNandi noMkhabayi, we speak about that feminine energy. Okay. So it does not necessarily need to mean ukuthi they need to be married, but that feminine energy exists within the seat of power in order for balance.
Yes, thank you, Melusi. I agree with you. Thank you so much. All right, so we are the spiritual beings. We are connected to the universe. We cleanse ourselves because the universe is clean. We say no to water pollution because we go to these rivers for cleansing most of the time. No to dumping. But we are messing up with Mother Nature. Mother Earth, the nature of Earth is a woman, and we are as women are fussy. You know, you can't throw it dead at a woman. Mother Nature, Mother Earth will be uzawuqumba and cease to produce for us. Sikhale that sikwi feminine. Sikhale ngoba ku ithini kanene xa kunganethi imvula. Sikwi sine drought. Kantu Mother Nature uqumbile, we do not take care of it. Singabantu who look after indalo, right? I get so worried when I go to our townships and our villages and I see it dead, and I'm like, yo, I think I will pray and pray and pray and never be answered because Mother Nature is angry with us. How can we not look after it, look after her? Even if you go to our rivers, they have stopped, they've ceased to sing. They don't sing anymore. You don't hear that sound because our rivers are dirty. No one takes care of amanzi. Yet uThixo uhlala emanzini. Uqamatha ungamanzi. Female energy in the water. Hence sithetha ngomamlambo. Prof, is because she acknowledge that energy that is in the water is a female energy. So let us go back to our roots and restructure and redefine and rebuild ourselves. Siyayazi imes eyenziwe colonialism. We are broken into pieces. We don't even know who we are. But thanks to our spiritual beings that keeps on reminding us who we are through our dreams and through our visions. Abantu bathetha izinto that you'd ask yourself, Ndoba, as young as she is, where did she learn what she is saying, what she is talking about? You know, abazali bethu are coming back in you know, and we believe that because you are the spiritual being, but abantu nje, there's a spiritual awakening nje. And we are overwhelmed, we are scared, we do not know, we ask questions. Why so many people? Why so many people? We have forgotten into bana abazali bethu, we have ignored them for a long time. They have become impatient with us, more especially the older generation. And bayav into bana the younger one, the younger generation is heeding the call. So they are coming back in numbers. Abantwana benu basezothwasa. So we are alive because our ancestors lived. We are connected to the universe. We have rhythms like our universe. We sing songs like our universe. As a result, before I start talking, wherever I am, I sing so as to invite all my ancestors, in fact, all the African ancestors. We need them right now. We need them right now. So we must continue to mula the way we do, sing songs the way we do, burn incense, chisimpepo the way we do. We must not be afraid to walk barefoot and connect with the universe, because we want to see signs, we want to hear the voices that have been silenced for far too long. Tama Queen, there's a song that I want to teach you. I want us to in sync with the universe. It's very easy. I just want to, can you take us there to that level of spirituality? It's very easy. It needs a little bit of a beat, right? And the rhythm. Very easy. You would say, Hiya ho, hiya ho, hiya ho. I want to hear the rhythm. Hiya ho, all of us. Hiya ho, 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 hiya boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya, boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya. Boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya, boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya. Lingaphesheya, lingaphesheya, boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya, boni ngcwaba lomntomdala ngaphesheya. Lingaphesheya, lingaphesheya. Oh, thank you so much. Wow. Please give yourself a big round of applause. Sing Zalabandu, we sing because the universe sing, we sing because the sun sing, the moon sing, the air sing, the rivers sing, the birds sing, the animals sing. So we are a singing nation. Let us continue to sing and in sync with the universe. Tamaku. I'm not sure, Doc, whether you are going to coordinate session here questions for me in the last 15 minutes that is remaining? Can I go and sit? Can I sit down? Prof, you are going to assist me, ne? Ungowasekhaya wena, we are in this together. Kwalo, we are in this together.
Thank you very much. Because of the nature and the weight of the conversation, I feel like taking off my hat. I want to ask the question in English, and then I will resort to Sotho, which recognizes my own dismemberment. I recognize from an academician perspective, when we deal with concepts and the need to announce a perspective, which is the lenses that one is using. There are debates on monotheism, and then in which there is a talk of one true and living God, whether as you have made reflections to the idea of the Son God, but also the dilemma in language that can be the dilemma of singularity of reference, God's versus God. And also, whether do we speak of African gods? If you allow me to stand, maybe. So now, you also have a challenge, the need either for uniting Africans in perspectives, when actually we could be asking, do we have what we can call African culture or cultures? Which is why the symbolism of a cow, ilimudimo, to unite. Then from that, once there has been that ritual, there is a unity. I hear a talk of Ningizimo. Maybe I may not necessarily, but I hear that, not just one, but many, as expressed through nature, the creative power and force that when I open my eyes, I see many in front of me. So the other issue deals with what you touched on, totems, their symbolism and this idea of oneness. Kilim Sotu coming from Malutia Pufunkwako. I know that the movement of the Baholokwe people, and they are settling in the Sentinel Peak, Ba'ana a deer as an animal species. So what then happens is that this idea of many expressed through totems, Kwena, Tsweni, Tau, and all of that, there are people who believe they act out that behavioral pattern, and then that it has a direct implication. So I was thinking where I am, that by the time in the 15th century, when colonial activities by Europeans who had become maybe connected. We have fought many battles. The state of Abantu in the context of the continent, scattered and dispersed around. Even though this historiography maybe is teaching us that there was a scatterings of different Bantu people in different geographic spaces of Africa. They had not yet reached a certain point or level of unity. They are telling us, I don't know maybe how true that is. So I wanted to say, should we speak of African cultures or African culture, African God or African gods, without necessarily being entrapped in the dismembered language? Maybe it could be, but I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay.
I
My sister assistant and support. Let me rather support my sister rather than. When we study African history, you know, I was listening interestingly earlier on when my sister spoke about our forefathers, and I waited for the foremothers, but again I knew that she was speaking English. What happened is that when we began to read other scriptures, they spoke about the God of their forefathers, because interestingly they regarded God as well as male. Also, we inherited that as African people. We ended up speaking about Oba Omkulubitu and leaving out Oma Omkulubitu. And our ancestors are both fathers and mothers. They are our forebears. If we were to take a rather gender neutral term. I wanted just to begin there. That when we speak about the ancestors, we speak about both mothers and fathers. That's a very important principle to establish. Now, again, coming to, I'm curious, in isiXhosa, asinabo othixo. We've got umtali, and then we have iminyanya. For some reason, in Sesotho, we have badimo. And we know that the word mudimo, it's the one ophezulu, right? So it is, we know, onga phezulu. My sense, and I'm subject, and I will take it with all humility from those who know Sesotho better than I am. But my sense is that that concept of pluralizing God and doing that was somehow smuggled into us, because we did not associate the ancestors at the level of the supreme being. We have always known that there is a hierarchy and that you don't replicate one with the other. But of course, those who speak Sesotho and Setswana, I will accept and not have the arrogance of knowing everything that I do not know. Now, in terms, therefore, what it then tells us is that when the records show us in ancient times, and I was listening to my sister speaking about Ra, this is what they would say in Kemet, Ra, and they would have said that Ra with the sun God. But that conceptualization began in Heliopolis, where all these systems began. But we are told by scholars that before we had the name Ra, there was another one, Atum. That Atum referred, to the creator, to the supreme being, and our ancestors recognized that there was only one supreme being who is the creator. One. And now they come around and tell us that Akhenaton, in 1364, before the Common Era, was the one who came with the monotheism. And they want us to tell us that for some reason Akhenaton got that from Moses, and it's not true. Akhenaton lived during the time of Ramses. And after Ramses there was Merendeptah. And Moses lived, chronologically speaking, during that time. And we don't even have to make that argument because the Bible itself says in Acts chapter 7, verse 22, quickly Google it. Moses learned all his wisdom from the Egyptian people. Acts 7, verse 22. Acts 7, verse 22. Moses learned all his wisdom from the Egyptian people because he was brought up amongst the pharaohs. Having said that, then, the last part that I want to make, and I think I've somehow attempted to speak to this question of the gods. Our ancestors knew the supreme being one. And again, when we study the history of Kemet, we see that it's in English. They will tell you about Ma'at, the god of justice, Hado, the god of writing, this one and that one and that one. We do not know, just like they would refer to our scholars as priests, and they would refer to the buildings as temples, because in their imaginations, the Greeks referred to that building as the pyramids, naming it after their own experience. They refer to the institutions of learning as the temples, and they refer to those scholars who were scientists as priests. And in our understanding of their understanding, it's then reduced again. We understand priests as this and this and this and that. So all that confusion came in with the terminology that came with European languages. And so we also got confused. I was asking when I was in Kemet, I was asking, Chief, what did the Kemet call this that you are now calling the temple? And he gave me that name. It's just that I can't remember it. I must ask the old man. There's a name for it. And so that confusion. And so, as I sit down, Peter Kanturi answers this thing very beautifully. He says, because our origin is the same, and then we began there's this way to migrate. And as our ancestors were migrating all over the place, they came across certain particular challenges and climates and all of that, and they had to adapt and to modify and do this. For instance, the isiZulu speaking Africans, they were like all other Africans circumcising the foreskin. They were. But at a particular time when there was a crisis, Shaka began to say that we can't do this anymore. But you will see that this is the thing throughout. So we have had variations along the way, being subject to set particular conditions. Otherwise, our source, our practices, we are the same people. It doesn't matter that, and then they slaughter a sheep. AmaXhosa asebenzisa imbuzi. And this is another interesting thing about this thing. Yes, but kukhona igama lithi umbuso. Ne? Umbuso is governance or government in isiZulu. I once ignorantly opposed a person who was saying umbuso ngesiXhosa. Dithi hayi eligama leli ligama lesizulu. Kanti elo gama lesizulu eli ligama lesinguni. The same with imbuzi. You'll come across isiXhosa speaking uthi uthethe ngembuzi, but hayi imbuzi sisizulu. That bok is Afrikaans. It has got nothing to do with this Xhosa. His bok is Afrikaans. Yes. You see? So along the passage of time, we became a conquered people. We were subjected to amnesia. We lost a lot of things. And in the passage of time, we began to say, Hai, le ngamazulu ingena apha emaXhoseni. Hai le yabeSuthu. Kanti when we examine this thing deep, we find that we are the same people, having the same culture. So we can speak confidently about one African culture and many variations within that very same.
Values, core values of,
exactly.
Of this culture.
Exactly.
And maybe when I look at Mbali and I see the core values of this culture in the Ankh.
Yes.
Maybe.
Yes. No. So we're together in all of this. So I hope
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Yeah, I had a different question altogether, but because of what came up now from Prof, it really makes me think, I would go to the bottom because I had something at the top that I wanted to ask. The sun, I'm a bit confused. The sun is God, according to me. Now, I don't want to sound like a creationist or like a Christian, like someone who have some Western, who promotes Western mentality. But I want to know the sun. If the sun is God, then who created that sun? Where does it come? Did Earth just fall into existence? For me, it's just a bit confusing, because if you create the plants, and if we have created the plants, and and the plants all just fell into existence, and we as human beings, we all have the same ears. We have the same culture, right? But we have different tribes, according to Mafeje, right? That some people believe this, while some other tribes don't believe the other. But that's also confusing. One gods, because Chinese have their own gods too, right? Africans have their own god, right? And so we all have our different gods whom we worship, right? And that is a bit confusing for me, because as I listen and I get to grips with what's being discussed here. Mem also raised that that our ancestors died, illiterate. For me, does that mean that because our ancestors died illiterate, that the West actually came out here to do us a favor, to actually teach us to read and write and to engage the way we do right now? We critique that, but does that mean that they actually came to do us a favor? Yeah. And can we admit that they did us a favor? Yeah. And then, on the other hand, according to my knowledge, Africans have been, have a vast knowledge, and Africans have been highly skilled and very educated. In fact, self-learning. If you want some of the best stories, listen to grandmothers and grandfathers and great-grandmothers and great-grandfathers, and they have the most knowledge. I mean, we have book knowledge, but if we really want to understand culture, we need to sit down with those people and learn what African culture really is. Otherwise, we are sitting here criticizing the West, but then we are the ones who are guilty, not teaching or putting into literature our African cultures and our African roots. We are guilty, and then we sit here and criticize the West, who I think, according to what we have said here, have actually done us a favor by coming out here to teach us how to read and write. And when we know for a fact that mathematics started in Egypt, and Egyptians are not white. So we have to be careful that we sit here and we are not going to, we are actually doing the next future generations a disservice by not really telling the truth. We have to stand up and really say, okay, did the West really do us a favor? Or are we doing ourselves a disfavor? A disservice. We have to be very, very careful. Let's put into literature what we are talking here. Let's not just talk and then it disappears into, We need to put this down on paper so that those who come after us should learn and understand. We should not just sit here, because we are speaking like we are really white here. We are speaking white. Really, we are really Western, we are English, and also in academia, what's really discouraging is the fact that when we submit publications, we have to speak a certain way, we have to speak a certain English, we have to write a certain way, and that is the West. So we have to be careful. We should start because even in interviews, we would take as someone who really is fluent in English, who seemed to have Western insight, and we would criticize and leave the other person who don't even understand English. We have to be careful. We have to make sure that what we create is a foundation that starts growing and plant flowers that will grow for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's number 1, number 2, number 3.
And then we close.
Yeah.
Short, oh. Wow. Okay. When they say short, now you even start to become more nervous. Like, which one do I start with? Okay. I just wanted to share something that especially when it comes to what Prof also has just put on issues of spirituality. And I'm sharing this from my personal experience on what helped me to also to understand this confusions of God and mono God and whatever. Yeah. Through my experience of being a student of the Kemetic teachings and African spirituality and spirituality in science through Brother Ank, the Amen-Ra Institute, one of the things that I remember that helped me with really started to bring the understanding of who's God, what is God, and what does it mean to connect with God's Spirit. It is through the book of the Ra Unefer book of Medinater, Volume 1. Medinater means the words of God. It's the ancient script. And in that book, when you look at it, he has a diagram that he put it there as helping the mind to grasp how the Spirit of God look like. So I will just go quickly into those dimensions, because those are the other things that I always just say that for me it helped me with bringing every discussion and every understanding, because we need a foundation where we put our own thoughts and understanding. So in the first part of the diagram from the book, he just shows that number 1 in that diagram says it's the understanding of our ancient ancestors. It represented aspect of our spirit that we call it Amen, that today we know about Amen. And Amen, it is our part of our spirit that represent our spirit that is conscious and will. It is the nothingness. There's nothing there. This is what in science they can call it the Big Bang, that there was nothing. It's there. And in that Amen, which is aspect of our spirit of nothingness. That's why it always have its affirmation that who we are into our nature, into our true nature, we are peace. That's who we are. You know, we always just say, as African people, we are peace people. Or as people, this is the aspect, we are talking about that aspect of the spirit. But then because it's nothingness, it does not perceive anything. It needed to see its infinity and its ability. Then that part of the spirit, it drops itself to the second phase, which is number 1, which we call it Oser. In the Greek cosmology, they call it Osiris. Oser, as now we just talk about it, like it's aspect of our spirit again, of unity. In Yoruba, they call it Obatala. This is some of the things that you draw understanding that what is the principle of Oser and what does it teach us in ourselves? It teaches us unity and harmony. So when we talk about this concept into that part of drawing them in using the tree of life as a framework, you understand when you said we need harmony. The question is like, if we talk about harmony, from which aspect of the spirit harmony sits in? It sits in number 1, which is Oser, which is where that spirit in its affirmation remind us that my nature is unconquerable peace that cannot be disturbed. No one and nothing is against me. And when you use that, it helps you in your personal life, because at the end of the day, we just got so disturbed by each and everything and we react. And by doing that, we become out of alignment with who we are as spirit. So now you use this to ground yourself, like, why this thing? Why am I allowing myself to move out of the spirit of my godliness? Because if I'm in my nature, I'm the peace that cannot be disturbed. Nothing and no one is against me. You ask the question differently. What this situation teaches me about me that I don't have to forget. So you don't just get worked up by everything, because this is where most of the time we find ourselves in a situation we want to react because we just want to make sure that we are right, but we are also losing our godly self in the process. The second part of the spirit it's what we call it tehuti, which is the Greek call it thoth. Tehuti is aspect of our spirit of wisdom and intuition. You see, when I'm just talking about, we talk about this thing, you know, my intuition is saying this. You're talking about the things that exist in you in the spirit form, that in those categories. A part of your spirit and intuition of Tehuti, it guides you. When we talk about going to a healer, the Tehuti is aspect of our spirit. It's a wisdom of God. That's why when you do the oracles, when you go to a healer and you check the bones, you are checking with the Spirit of God, the wisdom of God, where it sits. That's how they talk, the bones. The bones is aspect of the spirit in the lower form to understand what God is saying. And right now we have even lost that understanding because now we have been twisted, even we don't even ask the right question from what God is advising us, what we need to be doing and when and how. And you just say when your action and your thought and your thought, your action and your emotions, are they according to the words of God? When you think, who's thinking? Are you thinking like God, or whatever that you are thinking, is it aligned with that? Then number 3, it goes into another aspect of our spirit, which they call it second. This is where the process of destiny takes place. You know, we always ask ourselves, what is our purpose? And the process of destiny, this is where it shows that whatever that we do, because we are here for a destiny, we always ask yourself, whatever that you are doing, is it in line to serve your destiny? Because if whatever that you do is not in line with saving your destiny, that is where that's one about saying, oh, I have to stop because it's lunchtime. Yeah. It's a long one. Maybe we can just leave it for another session because it's a whole lot of process. But all I'm just saying is that the issue of the God, and it's just that those are expressions of God in many ways. And when people don't understand, they think it's many gods. It's only one God, amen, expressing himself in different ways. And lack of understanding things like it's different gods. But those aspects, it's all those same aspects that is within yourself. That's why now you know when to use them, how to use them, what are they saying to you, how are they guiding you. And for me, this is some of the things that if we are putting more effort into our process of our journey of our life, we start not finding ourselves more quick to just understand one aspect and we just run with it. We start also just to let ourselves, to ground ourselves into certain teachings, and this is where all the other things that when they are being explained, you started to know even where to place them. It's like a puzzle. When you talk about medicine, where does it belong? When you talk about, this is what then that we come to when we talk about our cultures. We are mimicking the universe because when they say so as above, so is below. But when we mimic it in that what we are doing is like on our lowest form as what we call our tradition and cultures. But like I said, that I could not finish just the tree of life. Maybe we can get some time just to go through it so that we can just start to bring in and share more other things that might be of use to ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I hate this job now.
Usisi Nwabisa ukhulume okay, she talked about God speaking through signs, symbols and other signs and symbols. But then I'm trying to link this to the very notion of literacy. This notion has been adopted from a Western perspective where literacy is understood as the ability to read and write. When in actual fact, literacy is about meaning making. So when we say our ancestors died illiterate or my grandfather died illiterate, what we're basically saying is they died not being able to read and write, but they were never illiterate. So it goes back to what was said earlier on, that as we try to conceptualize our thoughts along the topic, the decoloniality and decolonization, we have to constantly go back. How has this been conceptualized? Because literacy, you know what, started in Egypt, hieroglyphics. Those were the signs. And like Prof said, what happened is we talk about alphabet, Latin, the Latin form, the Roman, all those emanated from the hieroglyphic, those that were in Egypt. But then they were transported and modified. So for us to even begin to say that, our forefathers were never literate, it means we have to constantly ask ourselves, is that really the case?
Our forebearers.
Yeah. They were literate. It's just that they never really read in any alphabetic way or even non-alphabetic way, but they were. They used signs, they used symbols to make meaning of their lives. So Egypt has always been at the center. Prof, I can't find the verse, but yeah, I did check. You are quite
Moses.
right. It has closed. I was going to read.
Thank you very much. Keep it short. You are young.
I should keep it short. I'm young and short. Thank you. I think the disadvantage of being the last speaker is that you get answered in the way. So that's why I'll just say Kilamileo. But I think also I would like to comment on what Prof said, because I also had a confusion. I think I'm one of those who are lost Africans, who would say, but why? Why this? Why that? How do we do this? Because now it comes to a point where you say we have one culture with different variations, and because of the modifications and stuff, because I always had an issue, especially when it came to an issue of amasangomas, to say, "Ke gogo yankele Motswana." And you look at the lineage and you see that, but and also when you also look at the initiation of Sangoma, you see and now it has opened the eyes to that, because I think the reason why colonization strives so much in religion is that that's the only thing that unites us as Africans, because that's the only platform where Zulu, Tswana, Xhosa can sit and say, we believe in this book, we believe in this Bible, we believe in this Moses. But when we come as Africans and we speak of culture, then some would say, what is this in Setswana? We don't have this. Why when I go consult, why I should say Gogo Siavoma? Why you understand? But I think that has clarified that, to say we do have one culture, we do have certain practices as Africans. That's why you say yebo gogo, you would sit there on the floor and say yebo gogo. And I think this is some of the values that, or some of the examples that show us that we do have one culture, we do have some common practices, but because of now the variations that Prof has mentioned, that's how we get to also isolate ourselves from each other. Because I think the only time we get united also as Africans is when we speak of colonization. Otherwise we are divided. The other culture is superior than the other one is inferior. But yeah, I was as short as I am.
Okay. Because she's my mother, she raised her hand a long time ago, but she's doing up and down. Mother, you need to sit down.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Mine is very simple and straightforward. I really concur with her when she says we have a long way to go. When I try to listen to the discussion in the room, I think there are so many cultures that are missing in this room. Have you had time to listen to a Venda person telling you a story about Africa? Have you had time to listen to a Tsonga person telling you about an African, stories. So we seemingly our summer school is focused on few cultures. Have we had a chance of trying to invite everybody and say, let's talk about this? Because for us not to get the way forward, we need to know to listen to the voice of each and every person that is available in Africa. And not only in South Africa, you know, our own brothers and sisters. And when we say we have one Africa, so it means we need to have time to listen to everybody. So for our school to have an impact in Africa. So, but when we say we have summer school, we still focus on only few cultures. I don't think we are doing justice not to Africa. For us not to do justice, we need to invite everyone and say, okay, Africans, let's come. Let's sit down and talk about this. What is the way forward? What can we do? That's my take for summer school.
Thank you very much. AA, people can go to. There's another one. She's going to respond. Okay, yes, you may.
Oh no, just few things that I want to clarify. That probably it was a lack of a better word when I used the word illiterate, because what I know is that our forefathers and foremothers, thank you, Prof, and foremothers knew how to count their sheep and goats and cows without counting, like in terms of numbers. Utata would go to the kraal and know that this particular cow is not here because he sees Ndobana is not there, you know. We could set fires, we could start a fire without using meshes, you know, in the olden days. I mean, we lived life. We had our own civilization, African civilization. We have created and designed so many things. We could use a soil and a cow dung to make a solid house, you know. So we had our own civilization. Really, I think the issue of concepts is the English in jazz. I mean, for some of us, it's a bit of a challenge. We could keep up with time without knowing that you know. We knew that when the sign, when we do not have a shadow, it's midday, you know, without knowing it's 12 o'clock. So we had our own civilization. It's not illiteracy, I agree with you, but we use signs and symbols to define things in our lives.
Colleagues, lunch is downstairs. We just walk out of the venue and there's a staircase on the right, and then downstairs there's lunch. We'll be back at 2. This next session starts at 2. What time is it now? 25 Not 25 past. Ah. Okay, maybe then 25 past 2 then? Okay, all right, sharp. 25 past. All right, welcome back, colleagues. I hope you have all enjoyed the lunch and will not be falling asleep in the afternoon. So we are about to have the last session of the day presented to us by Ms. Erica Malunguinho, who is joining us from Brazil. So I'm going to read a short bio to introduce the speaker to us. She has an interpreter, right? Because she speaks mainly Portuguese, but she will have somebody to interpret and translate for all of us, right? So Erica Malunguinho is a black activist, trans activist, arts activist, a cultural agitator, and an educator who holds a master's degree in aesthetics and arts history. She is also an ambassador for the Museum of Black Art, conceived by Abdias Nascimento. In 2018, Erica became Brazil's first transgender person nominally elected as a state parliamentarian. With more than 55,000 votes in the state of Sao Paulo, at the Legislative Assembly of Sao Paulo, she is a member of the Human Rights Commission, the Ethics Council Commission, and attorney for the Women Attorney's Office. In 2020, Malunguinho was elected as the 74th by the 74th General Assembly of the United Nations, the UN, among the 100 most influential people of African descent in the world. Born in the northeast state of Pernambuco, Malunguinho has been living in Sao Paulo for 21 years. Before joining institutional politics, she worked on children and adolescents' education, having a broad experience in teacher training. Erica is known for having given birth to an urban Quilombo named Aparela Luzia in downtown Sao Paulo, a place for Black and LGBTQIA+ arts, culture, and Black politics, which is also visible as an aesthetic political installation, affection zone, and biome of Black intelligence. Okay, that was a mouthful of very hard to pronounce words. I do apologize. So I will now hand over to Erica, who will be speaking to us this afternoon with the help of Nayara Kali, who is an interpreter for her. I am looking forward to this lecture. Like I said yesterday when I was introducing this summer school, we are seeking to bridge that gap that has existed between Africa and all the children she has birthed, wherever they may be, whether they are in the Caribbean, in Brazil, in South America, wherever they may be. There are bridges that have been destroyed between us, and we seek to reconstitute those. And so Erica being here is part of that effort on our part. Thank you so much.
There?
Sorry. It's very emotional. Oh. Sorry. Laroye Exu.
Laroye Exu.
É emocionante estar aqui.
It's very emotional to be here.
A gente, minha família.
My family, us Brazilian people,
pretas e pretos.
Black people of Brazil.
Aprendemos na escola que nós nascemos escravizadas.
We learn.
Ancestrais são escravos.
We learn in school that we are born slaves and our ancestors are just slaves.
E estar aqui significa compreender que nossa história tem outros lados e a escravidão é só uma parte dela.
And being here is to understand that slavery have other parts, and that slavery is just a slavery have other face, other parts, and our history is just not made of it.
Eu descendo de civilizações preciosas, ricas.
I am a descendant of rich and precious civilizations.
Estou de volta.
I'm back.
Eu quero começar essa fala elaborando e pensando o que são as utopias do povo negro, da população negra.
I would like to start my speech talking and elaborating what are the utopias of Brazilian people, of black people.
Quais são os nossos sonhos?
What are our dreams?
Porque eu acredito que
Because I believe
das partes mais violentas da separação, do apartheid, da segregação, eles nos tiraram o direito de sonhar.
Pode falar de novo, por favor.
Porque das partes mais violentas da segregação, do apartheid e do racismo, eles nos tiraram o direito de sonhar.
Because of the most violent parts of segregation, discrimination and racism, they took from us the right to dream.
E o sonho nos impulsiona para pensar o futuro.
And dreaming help us, put us forward to think about our future.
Elaborar o presente,
to elaborate the present,
o passado,
the past,
e construir um futuro sustentável, poderoso.
and to construct a sustainable and powerful future.
Qual é o seu sonho, preto?
What are your dreams, black people?
Quais são suas utopias?
What are your utopias?
Eu vou falar um pouco do meu sonho,
I will talk a little bit about my dream
das minhas utopias.
and my utopias.
Para isso, eu gostaria que vocês começassem a me descrever.
For that, I would like that you start to describe me.
Aproveitem, porque nós, pessoas pretas, não somos objetos de pesquisa.
Enjoy that, because us, black people, we are not subjects of research, not anymore.
Mas é um exercício bem interessante que nós vamos fazer agora.
But it's a very interesting exercise that we are doing now.
O que vocês veem?
What do you see here? Os olhos.
Eyes. What more?
Seus brincos.
Do you like?
Cabelo.
Hair. 13 anos.
Cabelo. 13 years of growing his hair.
What more? What? Smile.
Uma moça negra.
Yes. Black girl. Magic. What more?
Ser humano.
Yes. What more? What?
Sorry? O jeito que você está se portando. Sua postura. Uma africana. Poder negro. Poder negro, Black Power.
Yes. Prestem atenção nisso.
Pay attention to that.
Tudo isso que vocês disseram
Everything that you say
parte de um lugar.
comes from a place.
Quem, por exemplo, quem nos disse negra?
Who told us we are black, as an example?
Nós sempre estivemos aqui no nosso continente.
We were always here in our continent.
Ninguém da Nigéria precisava dizer para alguém do Senegal que era preto.
No one from Nigeria had to say from someone from Senegal that they are black.
Hi black in South Africa, hi black in Nigeria. Porque não era preciso, obviamente.
Obviously, it wasn't needed.
Alguém nos disse negra.
Somebody told us we are black.
Mas como disse Vitória Santa Cruz,
But as Victoria Santa Cruz says,
gritaram-me negra,
they yell at me black,
pois negra sou.
because black I am.
Agora negra sou.
And now I am black.
O que me define como mulher
What defines me as a woman
segue esse mesmo princípio.
follows the same principle.
Em algum momento,
In some moment,
o ocidentalismo
the Occidentalism
determinou as relações
determine the relations
de gênero
of gender
no qual
in which
nos faz entender que isto é uma mulher ou não.
we understand that this is a woman or are not a woman.
Então é muito importante
So it's very important
que tudo que nós compreendemos sobre o outro
that everything we comprehend about the other, the otherness,
foi construído por alguém.
was constructed by someone.
E o mais grave disso tudo
And the most aggravating thing about that
é que foi construído pelo homem branco.
is that it was constructed by the white man.
Logo,
Then,
essas construções são elaboradas por muita violência.
then those constructions are elaborated, are created with a lot of violence.
É importante essa consciência,
This consciousness is very important.
porque olha que é difícil falar com tradução.
She's saying that it's hard to speak with a translator, with a interpreter.
Eu tenho uma fala muito fluida e um pensamento muito rápido.
Yes, because her speech is very fluid, and this waiting and breaks kind of prejudice it. But it will work out. She's organizing herself. Okay.
Isso foi construído pelo homem branco.
Mhm.
As relações de opressão que constam na nossa história,
The oppression relations that are in our history,
elas são extremamente importantes
they are extremely important
para gerar consciência,
to generate consciousness,
mas não podem ser
but they cannot be
nossa única memória,
our only memory,
porque nós precisamos elaborar o futuro.
because we need to elaborate the future.
E tem algo muito interessante que neste cálculo da opressão,
And there's something very interesting in this calculation of oppression
o homem branco não percebeu.
that the white man did not realize.
Nós nos tornamos
We became
seres extremamente
people extremely
sensíveis,
sensible,
hábeis
workful,
e capazes
and capable
para desconstruir todo este projeto
to disrupt all of this violent process,
de poder, esse projeto violento de poder.
this violent power process.
Nós temos a solução.
And we have the solution.
A solução, eu não tenho dúvidas, é negra.
I have no doubt that the solution is black.
Nós precisamos alternar o poder,
We need to alternate the power,
porque o que nós recebemos,
because what we received,
o que o mundo recebeu,
what the world received,
foi projeto violento,
was a violent project,
doente,
sick project,
apático.
an emotionless project.
E esse projeto de sociedade, repito, foi construído pelo Ocidente branco.
And I repeat that this project of society were made by the white man.
É importante alternar o poder.
It is important to alternate power.
Precisamos demitir a branquitude.
We need to fire whiteness.
O seu trabalho não foi bom.
Their work wasn't good,
Isso é muito importante.
and this is really important.
E espero que as pessoas brancas
And I hope that white people
não se sinta apontada pessoalmente por isso.
do not feel pointed personally for that,
Porque eu estou falando de sistema de opressão.
because I'm talking about a oppression system,
Uma lógica de poder.
a power logics,
E não de indivíduo.
and not about the individual.
Temos uma missão coletiva pela frente.
We have a collective mission ahead of us
Para construir os nossos sonhos.
to construct our dreams.
Para construir nossos sonhos,
To build our dreams,
nós precisamos de poder.
we need power,
Mas não é poder de destruição.
but not the power of destruction,
Não é poder de assujeitamento.
the not being receiving it as a subject power.
É poder de decisão.
It's a decision power, decision making.
É poder que traz à tona as tecnologias.
It's a power that brings the technologies,
Os saberes,
the knowledges,
as formas de pensar, agir,
the forms of thought, acting, and being
que tem a coletividade como princípio.
that have collectiveness as a principle.
O cuidado com a terra, o respeito ao meio ambiente.
The care with the earth, the respect of the environment,
E as relações.
and the relations of sociability.
Nós temos uma solução.
We have the solution,
Nós podemos construir essa solução.
and we can build the solutions.
E o meu sonho
And my dream
se realizou.
were come true, became true.
Eu nasci morta.
I was born dead by the system,
Mas me tornei,
but I became,
ressuscitei
I realized myself
e me tornei uma das pessoas mais influentes do Brasil.
and became one of the most influential person of Brazil.
E eu não falo isso com vaidade.
And I'm not talking about it by a point of vanity.
Eu falo isso como luta, uma luta construída e uma luta para ser vencida.
I'm talking by a point of struggle, a built struggle and a struggle that we have to win.
Porque nós precisamos de imagens positivas do nosso povo.
Because we need positive images of our people.
Representatividade é isso.
This is representation.
Nos ver e nos enxergar como possíveis.
To see each other and to represent as possible people.
E eu acredito veementemente.
And I truly believe,
Acredito veementemente que nós sabemos construir, que nós podemos construir.
and I truly believe that we can build that.
E lógico que isso só acontecerá
And it will only happen
se rompemos dois outros estigmas tão violentos do ocidentalismo.
if we disrupt two other stigmas of the Occidentalism,
Além de raça,
beyond race,
gênero,
gender,
classe,
and class,
como diz Angela Davis.
as Angela Davis says.
Eu vou parar pouco.
I will stop now.
Eu queria ouvir vocês e dialogar e construir mais coisas a partir da nossa interação.
Because I want to listen to you and dialogue to construct more things from this relation.
Pode falar frases mais longas. Pode. Não muito, mas pode.
Okay, so I think we'll start not necessarily a question and answer session as such, but maybe a conversation, right? If you notice in your program, There is also Miss Paula Herlock, who was supposed to be here. I've somehow forgotten to delete that part on Wednesday afternoon. She couldn't make it here. She's from Jamaica. She could not make it due to being ill at the last minute, so she excused herself. And part of that was, again, the building of the bridges that have been deliberately destroyed over the years. So the idea that we need to be deliberate in re-establishing those ties, right? So when Erica becomes emotional, for us it may seem like, you know, what's that, what's there, right? Because we are grounded in the ground that indeed birthed us. But the experience for her is completely different, because this is a coming home, right? It's a different experience for her, as she has indeed explained. So I'm going to open for you know, engagements, conversations, how we can build that community, maybe if there's any suggestions at all. Or, I don't know, ideas. I'm not 100% sure. Professor Sasanti? Oh, I thought. I thought you were. But yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. I don't know what that means, not only physically, but also spiritually. I don't know what that means for us and for the Afrospora. I don't know. I don't know, but I imagine, Sis Noptula, it's a remembering. It's taking a dismembered body and piecing it together. Whether it's a sellotape or a thread and a needle, but it's a piecing together of a body that has been deliberately cut into small pieces. Okay, Nana.
Thank you. I think you just gave us permission, Erica, to really get into the spirit of the summer school, to bring all of ourselves into this space. Earlier on, I wanted to say, and I did say to Mam Kotiwe, that her own presentation almost forced me to say, shall we take off our shoes and leave them outside and re-enter? Because the spirit with which we have been here, perhaps we had to come to this moment. So I think you've just given us permission, and my inclination, and now I'm not going to be philosophical, I'm going to go on inclination and be free. Be free. And I should not say free. And free and brief sometimes don't go together. Free is the brief is the dismember ring, because we submit ourselves to colonial time, and then we cut our breath and hope to live, when in fact we are systematically dismembering ourselves in the process. And my inclination is that as a reintroduction of yourself, in the spirit that Mam Kotiwe began in the morning, she sang us a song, and during lunch many of us were saying that song. In Brazil, when you are at your base, at your rawest, what is the song that you would like for us to see you through, so that we can begin to unfold this conversation that we are being invited to be part of? Thank you.
Ela está falando para você se apresentar de uma maneira mais, assim, estando na sua base, estando no Brasil.
Thank you very much.
Você está falando sobre se reconectar aqui, de trazer, de se conectar no lugar desmembrado. E para você fazer como eles fizeram na primeira sessão. Eu vou perguntar como que foi essa apresentação inicial na primeira sessão.
Can I start?
Yes, sorry.
Cool, thank you. Thank you for Thank you for your very important words. I was just thinking about some of the things you were going through and that you were talking about, and what struck me as quite pertinent is how you were talking about, you started your discussion on what you grew up and what they taught you, and that history of that history of slavery. And I think it's also very important to, like, especially why such spaces like these are so important, is that it forces us, it teaches us to recognize how history itself, how we tell history itself, is its own ideological project. And right now there's a push towards moving away from talking about people being slaves to calling them the enslaved. And that is done for a very important reason, in that we have a history where we're told as black people that we have amount from nothing. And so by us moving that narrative away from that and saying, actually, no, we are something, and how we speak of ourselves as being something in history is that actually we weren't slaves, we were people who were enslaved. And another thing that they don't teach us in history is that even during that slavery, there was constant pushback. Like, it was actually very expensive for them to maintain this thing called the Atlantic slave trade. Many people had to die, and many people had to die because many people did not want to be enslaved. And so that was just the first thing, and I thought that was, and how that kind of narrative, also almost like rewriting history to reflect our humanity. And just to continue from that, could you please, as you're from Brazil, could you please, I haven't done much in terms of research on Brazil, and I would like to know in terms of what is the struggle, what is the struggle back home? What are the key issues? I mean, right now, with the storming of Parliament, you just voted in democratically elected a new president, Lula, and this is a very important moment. And I would like to know, what does this moment mean for you? And within your own history of struggle, what does this moment mean for you? Do you see it specifically as something to be positive? Or, I don't know, is this just a changing of the guard? Is this going to be just yet another president? Are you optimistic? Do you have hope, or do you see something else? Especially now with the response to his election and the storming of Parliament. What does this mean for you, and as well as your struggle? Thank you.
Wait.
Can we do two?
Yes.
Can we play music here?
Is it the video you said?
Because eu vou refazer minha apresentação.
She'll do her presentation again. Okay.
Okay.
With music.
Eu posso ir falando assim coisa.
Como que sabe isso aqui?
Eu vou respondendo a questão daqui.
Deixa eu responder depois.
Eu vou responder, falar sobre sua questão.
She'll answer your question.
Eu acordo todo dia no Brasil e penso assim: eu fui roubada.
Every day I wake up in Brazil thinking that I was stolen.
Eu fico procurando até me organizar. Eu lembro que é roubo histórico.
And I am confused until I organize myself and remember that it's a historical robber.
Para pensar a política brasileira,
to think about Brazilian politics,
é essencial pensar que existe uma história de saqueio, de roubo.
It's essential to think about the history of the robbers.
E que este buraco não será tapado agora.
And that this role will not be tapped, will not be filled right now.
Porque simplesmente
Because simply
não somos nós efetivamente e em massa que estamos tomando as decisões.
Because we are not effectively making decisions.
Mas é momento de positividade, sim.
It's a positive moment, yes.
the current moment.
Importantíssimo nós passamos os últimos 4 anos com um governo de extrema direita que, além de tirar direitos, praticava de forma gratuita o racismo e a violência de gênero.
We had the last 4 years with a government of far right that more than stealing our rights, they were doing racist practices and with a lot of violence.
Mas isso não começou no governo desse governo de extrema direita.
But it does not started in this far right government.
É histórico.
It's historical.
O saqueio e o roubo é histórico.
The robber is historical.
Mas temos um momento agora especial e diferente, no qual, diferente dos governos anteriores do Lula, há uma escuta maior para as demandas históricas do povo negro.
But we have a different and special moment now, because differently than the other governments of President Lula, there is a listening practice with the population.
E essa escuta parte de um princípio importantíssimo, que é ter mais de nós em espaços estratégicos.
And this listening practice starts with a very important principle, that is having more of us in strategic places, strategic roles.
Portanto, entretanto, não dá para romantizar esse processo e achar que tudo vai acontecer agora.
Therefore, we cannot romanticize this process and think that everything will happen now.
Porque, inclusive, nós estamos limitadas dentro dos espaços já determinados dos direitos humanos, igualdade racial, povos originários.
Okay, because we are closed, we are limited in the spaces already reserved for us. Human rights, culture,
igualdade racial,
racial equity,
povos originários.
Original people.
Isso é bom, isso é importante.
This is important.
Mas a gente quer o Ministério da Economia.
But we want also the Economic Ministry,
Ministério da Fazenda,
the Sales Ministry.
A gente quer disputar o poder de dentro.
We want to dispute the power from inside.
Porque se nós estamos enfrentando uma violência que é sistêmica, o racismo é uma violência sistêmica, nós precisamos agir antissistemicamente.
Because if we are facing a systemic violence, a systemic racism, we need to come to an end and we need to act systemically.
Então é necessário que nós estejamos além desses ministérios, desses lugares que nós estamos colocados da igualdade racial, nós estejamos para decidir o centro do poder.
So we need to be and occupy beyond these ministries, human rights, racial equity, so we can be in the center of power.
Nós precisamos de outras cadeiras.
We need other roles.
Porque, eu repito o que eu falei anteriormente, nós temos a solução.
Because I will repeat what I say previously, we have the solution.
Eu espero que o presidente Lula tenha consciência disso.
And I hope that President Lula have consciousness about that.
E sem dúvida, ele é o melhor que nós poderíamos ter neste momento.
And no doubt he is the best that we could have at this moment.
Inclusive, ele foi muito corajoso em aceitar disputar essa eleição.
Actually, he was very brave to run this election.
Mas é necessário radicalizar.
But we need to radicalize
e aprofundar a democracia.
And deepen democracy.
Para que não haja retornos dessa extrema direita.
So this far-right government and thoughts don't come back.
E só radicalizando que a gente vai conseguir formar uma população organizada, consciente e com qualidade de vida, de modo que não seja suscetível às figuras opressoras.
Only radicalizing we can build a to don't make this oppression come back. Thanks. Okay. Aí tem a da moça ali.
Olha aqui.
De amarelo.
Que ela pediu para eu refazer.
A sua apresentação fala sobre vocês, sobre o momento no Brasil e com a sua base, né? Com o seu. Acho que é uma
Como é que eu me
apresentação mais
comunico
sensível.
com a minha base? Aqui. Ok. Ah, não. O
Você
vídeo
quer
da
passar o
parelha.
vídeo?
Sim. Vou falar um pouco da parelha.
Okay. Now I'll talk a little bit about Aparelha Luzia.
É um quilombo. Você sabe o que é quilombo?
Do you know what is a quilombo? Have you heard about it? Yeah.
Isso é um quilombo urbano.
It's a urban quilombo.
É um espaço de arte, cultura e política negra.
It's a space of black arts, culture, and politics.
Que circula pessoas negras de vários lugares do mundo. No Brasil.
Where black people from all over the world and Brazil goes to.
É um espaço de referência.
It's a reference space.
Onde os limites, né, de gênero, de classe são rompidos.
Where the barriers of gender and class are disrupted.
Onde os limites de classe e gênero são rompidos. E a Aparelha Luzia provoca um questionamento que eu considero importantíssimo. O que as pessoas pretas podem fazer e são capazes de fazer quando não precisam pensar em racismo?
And Aparelha Luzia brings a questioning that it's very important. What black people are capable of doing when they are not thinking about racism?
A gente constrói política e pensa política. Eu fui eleita como uma política organizando as relações de sociabilidade, pensando a sociabilidade a partir das experiências artísticas.
I was elected and I think about politics, organizing this experience from the artistic perspective.
Entendendo a cultura não apenas como entretenimento e como lazer.
I understand culture not only as a hobby or entertainment.
Ou o que qualquer outro intelectual culturalista disse.
Or every other culturalist intellectual may say.
A gente faz cultura assim como minha avó me ensinou.
We made culture as my grandmother taught me.
Isso daqui é cultivo.
Cultivating.
Assim como se cultiva as plantas.
As we cultivate the plants.
Essa é uma situação muito comum na Aparelha.
This is a very common situation in Aparelha Luzia.
Eu faço sempre uma fala.
I always have a speech there.
Além das apresentações de teatro, de música, de dança.
Beyond the presentations of theater, music, dances.
No meio disso acontece um contínuo político performático.
This is a continuous political and performance.
Que é como eu compartilho e organizo a nossa militância.
That is how I share and organize our activism.
Então a gente vai assistir, não está traduzido, então acho que a gente pode assistir livremente e depois a Nayara pode fazer algumas falas explicando o que é. Primeiro sim.
Okay, so we are going to watch now. It's not translated, it's without subtitles, but after that I can talk a little bit about what she's saying. So please right now just feel it.
Porque é uma experiência sinestésica.
Because it's a synesthetic experience.
you understand? Understand the atmosphere? Acho que você vai traduzir alguma coisa, né?
Okay, so I will just translate a little bit of what it was saying. Well, Erika starts with a greeting to the Orishas, that is the religious entities of Brazilian religions, Afro-Brazilian religions, as Candomblé, and as she started here, she started with Laroye Exu. It's also a greeting to the Orishas. And after that, she starts to explaining a little bit about the environment, what it is to be there and to be black there. We also have, in the end of the video, a music where one of the person that she invited was talking and greeting all of the movements, political movements in Brazil that are concerned about race, like Mothers of May, that is a political movement. Mães de Maio, né? She also says the names of people that were brutalized, some names, only some names, about people that were brutalized by institutional violence, institutional racism in Brazil, and people that were dead by it, especially violence by police.
O Carl Hart, que é neurocientista, ele estava falando sobre política de drogas, que é uma questão muito séria, enfim, no mundo inteiro, principalmente na população negra brasileira.
Okay, also Carl Hart was talking about drug politics. That's very important for the politics in Brazil, and the war on drugs and the prison of black male are a very important topic.
Cientista mais renomado.
He is the most renowned, neuroscientist in this subject, in drug-related subjects. In the end, she was singing a song. Qual o nome da música? Preta? Tem uma música ou essa?
Essa que eu estou pensando? Não, aqui é da minha fala.
Ah, tá.
Da minha
Mas
fala. Acho bom traduzir ela quando eu estiver passando.
Ok.
Desculpa, né?
Não, tudo bem.
Toda essa construção intelectual de falas organizadas, situações de debate, elas acontecem somada ao processo artístico.
All of this intellectual construction that she is speaking in the video, it happens with the artistic process.
Então tem informações importantes que são ditas e construídas por meio do processo da música.
So there's important information that are said by via music.
Por exemplo, no final eu falo, a revolução começa exatamente por onde todo mundo acha que iria terminar.
As an example, in the end she says that the revolution starts exactly in the way that people thought it would end.
Recomeça pelas mulheres.
It starts by women.
Recomeça por nós mulheres.
It restarts by us women.
Recomeça pelas mulheres.
It starts by us women.
Recomeça por nós mulheres.
And it restarts by us women. And then she screams, black.
No, not black.
Black woman. Like that.
You understand? Like that.
Thank you.
Acho que você pode.
The mic is not, yeah, it's on, but it's not audible. I don't know why.
Hello. Okay. Is there any question? Where?
Okay, so is this on? Tabitha? It's on? Okay, just a second. Erika would like to know if the yellow shirt, sorry, what's your name? Noctula? If she answered your question, she presented herself as you were talking about.
É assim que eu falo com minha base.
That's how she speaks with her base. Sim, sim. De forma generosa.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was waiting for a cue. Thank you so much, Erica, for sharing the bit of the experience of Brazil with us. Some of us, it's one of the experience that we want to have to go there. When I was just here, I was just thinking, the lady in the yellow like this one. Ghana, what's your name again? Oh, okay. I was just thinking now when you were just talking, like I don't remember your name, and I don't want to refer you as a translator. So like that translator, because you have a name, and I think that for me that was important, because this is the things that you also mentioned, that we need to always be visible and seen, because it's easy that we can even forget you and you were here because we did not even get your name. The translator was there, but the translator has a name. What's your name, translator? So thank you so much for the work that you are doing. It's an amazing work just to see how you can be able to be there and make us to be part of your work. It was also interesting for me when I watched this video, because I saw some other familiar faces that I know, and we nearly even screamed like, "Hey, this is Hafela, we know her!" And because these are some of the people that the connection that we always have with the diaspora. We, as a Bukosini Solutions, we hosted some of the people that are in Sao Paulo. Like I was asking this morning, that you know Davison, Nkosi, and Hafela. There are some of those continuous connection of remembering of our healing. No matter how much we find ourselves sometimes in different spaces, but there's a way that always connect us. And lastly is how, when you share this, it always reminded me, one of the things that as African people help us to survive the experience that we have, it's music and song. And if we can always keep that in ourselves, even where we find ourselves right now, even ESCOM, we are going to survive it through music and song. I'm telling you guys, because it is the spirit that cannot be captured. They can capture so many things, but music and song, it has always been, like you started your presentation by giving homage to Eshu, which is the spirit that it went with our people to the diaspora and it kept them alive. So it's this, through this music and song, that we'll continue to sing. And I think even in this gathering like this, we should do that. We should sing so that we can be able to release the tensions of this intellectual, Eurocentric, academic understanding that is in us. But I know that when we come into these spaces, we become uptight. We even like, oh, you can dance when what is this? We are in the academic space. We need to chant. We need to chant, we need to sing, so that we can allow the spirit that you are calling to work with us. Thank you.
Now, if you forgot what I wanted to say.
Eu acredito.
Thank you, Mama T.
She would like to answer very quick. Then.
Okay, cool.
A gente precisa respeitar a nossa construção de conhecimento.
We need to respect our construction of knowledge.
Nós não fazemos só música.
We don't only make music.
Nós não apenas pintamos.
We're not only painting.
Nós não apenas escrevemos.
We are not only writing.
Nós estamos construindo conhecimento.
We are building knowledge.
Então, fazer política, o meu estar na política, o nosso estar, no nosso fazer político, está relacionada à música, está relacionada à arte, está relacionada à medicina, está relacionada à cosmovisão.
Us being related with politics, it's completely related with music, arts, with medicine, with the cosmovision.
Yes. Nós não somos cartesianas.
We are not Cartesian.
Cartesian.
Nós não somos cartesianas. Colocaram roupas sobre nossos corpos.
They made us dress. They put clothes in our bodies.
Nossa nudez estava falando muita coisa e não sobre sexo.
Us being without clothes said a lot of things, not about sex.
Colocaram roupas em nós.
They put clothes in us.
Thank you for that response, and I think you've somewhat answered my first question, because I wanted to speak on how even involuntarily as African people, when we gather, it's either we're speaking to or we're speaking against colonial order and bringing ourselves back to ourselves. And so I wanted to find out what would you say some of the interesting things that you pick up about certain individuals or certain groups who are part of this gathering of healing and restoration. What do you think people get from that? What do people walk away with spiritually, politically, and otherwise?
As pessoas se afastam dessa conexão espiritual, política. O que você consegue compreender disso?
A resposta são muitas respostas.
There's a lot of answers.
Mas eu vou dizer que há uma estratégia de poder muito bem organizada para isso acontecer.
But I want to say there is a power strategic, very organized to this happening.
Quando os europeus invadem a África e as Américas, não vão apenas com a força bélica.
When Europeans invade Africa and the Americas, they are not only bringing weapons.
Vão com intelectualidade.
They are bringing intellectuality.
Okay.
Quote. Art.
E Deus.
And God.
Isso é uma estratégia muito bem articulada para dizer para a gente o que a gente deve ou não pensar.
This is a well-articulated strategy to tell us what we should and should not think.
Rouba nossas almas.
They stole our souls.
E interrompe a construção das nossas subjetividades.
And they stop the construction of our subjective thought, our sensibility,
das nossas humanidades.
And our humanity.
Isso é um projeto.
This is a project.
E se a gente quer destruir esse projeto, destruir esse sistema, destruir o colonialismo?
And if we want to disrupt this project, this system, and the colonialism,
nós precisamos agir, repito, antissistemicamente.
So we have to act anti-systemically.
Em todos os lugares.
In everywhere.
Com profunda consciência do que estamos fazendo em cada um desses lugares.
With a deep thought and consciousness of what we are doing in each of these places.
Para restituir nossas humanidades.
So we can have our humanities back.
Esse é o contragolpe, Black Trans Paranoia.
This is we call in Brazil contra-golpe. It's a
Contra-coup. Avant-coup.
Yes, maybe it's event coup, trans, black, Paranauê. That is a Brazilian word to describe, actually, yes, to describe some movements in capoeira. That is also a Brazilian art, a form of deal with body. So we call it avant coup, trans, black trans Paranauê. Quer que eu pergunte assim?
Respondeu? Respondeu?
Did I answer your?
I think I wanted more specifics in terms of what are some of the experiences that you can pin on what do people really gather in terms of just understanding what the festival is about and also
Ela quer alguns exemplos também do que as pessoas realmente tiram. Ela está chamando de festival, mas é Aparelha. The festival is you're referring to Aparelha, right? como que você sente que as pessoas respondem a isso?
Ah, ok. Tem muitos relatos, há muitas devolutivas desse processo de formação política da consciência racial.
Okay, there's a lot of people talk a lot of different things of this situation about political racial consciousness of this experience.
Articulações de networking, um lugar onde as pessoas se conectam e começam a trocar experiências e oportunidades de trabalho entre pessoas negras.
It's also a place of networking, of connection, where people share experience of work and job opportunities within Black people.
Além de oportunidades também de estudo.
And study opportunities as well, academic opportunities.
Algo muito precioso, afeto, amor.
Also something very precious, that is love, that is affection.
Então, é um espaço onde as construções, né, as elaborações da negritude se consolidam e transformam.
It's a space where Black people construction and things that we elaborate are built, are solidified.
Por exemplo, muitas pessoas tinham parado de votar e de pensar em política institucional.
As an example, a lot of people had stopped voting in Brazil and stopped thinking about institutional politics.
Por causa da decepção com a política, porque a política é branca.
Because they were, there was a deception about politics and the white politics in Brazil.
Hoje nós temos um cenário diferente, principalmente em relação à população negra, que se motivou a pensar política institucional também por conta da parelha Luzia.
Today we have a different scenario in the Black population because they were motivated to think about institutional politics in Aparelha Luzia, and also because of Aparelha.
Porque esse espaço de arte, entretenimento e cultura está regado de política.
Because this space of arts, entertainment and culture are very filled of politics.
One moment. Mais um exemplo que eu podia citar.
Another example, just
na Aparelha frequentam pessoas de movimentos organizados, do movimento negro organizado, de diversos outros movimentos, e pessoas independentes e autônomas de diversos lugares.
Okay. Also in Aparelha, people from organized movements of the civil society are there, and also individuals from different spheres of society. So famous people.
E pessoas muito comuns da classe trabalhadora.
And regular, ordinary people from the working class.
E pessoas que moram na rua também.
And also people that live in the streets.
Eu lembro de duas situações muito bonitas.
I remember about two very beautiful situations.
Tinha uma mulher na liderança do movimento, uma das lideranças do movimento negro, que ela ia com o marido na parede.
There was one of the leadership of the Black movement in Brazil that went to Aparelha Luzia with her husband.
Ele não olhava para mim.
And he didn't look at me.
Ela falava comigo, ele não olhava, não me cumprimentava.
She was speaking with me, but her husband didn't look at me, didn't greet me, anything.
Porque eu sou uma mulher trans.
Because obviously I am a transgender woman.
Eu vi esse homem hoje não só abraçar, como se tornar um profundo defensor das discussões de gênero.
And today I can see this man not only hugging me, but he became a very important activist in the transgender subject.
Muitas situações como dessas acontecem.
A lot of situations like that happens there.
A branquitude brasileira se reeducou um pouco a partir da Aparelha Luzia.
The Brazilian whiteness are re-educating themselves from Aparelho Luzia with our help.
Porque eles pensaram, os pretos estão organizados e eu não posso interromper.
Because they think these black people are organized and I cannot interrupt it.
Porque a Aparelha desvela,
Because Aparelho reveals
desvela materialmente,
materialistically
fisicamente,
and physically
uma cisão racial que existe há séculos.
a social apartheid that happens for centuries.
Então, a branquitude se educa, obviamente, fora da Aparelha, não lá dentro.
So whiteness are re-educating themselves outside of Aparelho.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I have a thought-provoking question. We have a practice every year in November, Black Friday. What is the meaning of the concept? We see people running around, headless chickens, and what is the meaning? What are we celebrating? Is it good or bad?
Excuse me. May I ask if Black Friday, are you referring to the day where the shops are the prices are very low and okay. So may you repeat for us, please?
What is the meaning of the concept? Was it coming from slavery?
Esse conceito vem da escravidão.
So now when we celebrate the day, what is the meaning? What does it mean to us to run around like headless chickens? Are we promoting that? What are we doing to ourselves? When we still run behind Black Friday? Washing machine.
Eu acho que ele fala isso por causa dos preços.
Essas são distrações que o sistema coloca para a gente não pensar no que realmente importa.
These are systematic distractions that the systems put there so we cannot think about what really matters.
Porque tudo acaba indo de volta para os eternos não, para até então donos do poder.
Because everything comes back to the power owners, the owners of power.
Tudo que vem deles, desconfie sempre.
I'm always suspicious about everything that comes from them.
Eles são perigosos e roubam.
They are dangerous and rebels.
Yeah.
More?
See, first, my apologies. Hearing Portuguese, my brain went to Spanish, so now I gotta struggle back to English. Let's see. So I have a question. It was 3 parts, and you already addressed one part of it. But what I was going to ask is, how do you see Movimiento Negro articulating itself, one, with the diaspora, and that's been kind of addressed a little. But secondly, in terms of the Movimiento Negro in pueblos originarios, indigenous peoples, Amazonia and otherwise. And then in terms of the politics, one thing is political representation in the state, and congratulations on that. But are there tendencies within the Movimiento Negro that work more towards not only cultural autonomy, but political autonomy? So like not just quilombos, tricheros, but different forms of autonomy within the Movimiento Negro. Beyond the state.
Sorry, the last
beyond the state in terms of the.
Fala para ele que it's one secrets of our communities. You understand?
Pouquinho, assim.
Deu para entender?
Ele falou um pouco.
Because it's not one. I can talk about this, but it's not good because it's a strategic of the power. We are in war, forever war,
Mm-hmm.
contra nós.
Against ourselves.
So have many articulations happening now in history happening, but it's not não é para ser falado em qualquer momento, em qualquer lugar. A gente precisa de situações específicas para isso.
But it's not something to be said in every moment. We need specific situations for that.
Sim, mas é importante saber que está acontecendo, sim, acontece.
But it's important to say and to know that it is happening. It is happening in Brazil.
E acho que tem papel importante de pessoas não negras em potencializar isso. Como?
And non-black people have an important role to potentialize, to make more powerful this. And how?
How? Eu pergunto para vocês, como nós, pessoas não negras, podemos potencializar essas ações que estão acontecendo?
And I ask how non-black people may potentialize these actions and these movements that are happening.
A pergunta é para vocês.
This is my question.
Sim, sim.
Pode responder.
Muito obrigado.
Não, para responder.
You can answer that.
Well, in particular, I guess I'm thinking, 'cause I come from Mexico and California, so thinking more in terms of like the indigenous movements, not just in the U.S. and Mexico, but indigenous movements throughout the Americas. And so I'm wondering about that relationship specifically, not of white and black, but of indigenous and black.
Sobre as relações entre os povos indígenas originários e o povo negro, esse movimento negro.
Entendi. No Brasil, inevitavelmente, isso acontece.
In Brazil, we cannot avoid this to happen, this relation.
Nós somos afro-indígenas.
We are Afro-indigenous people.
Há encontro que aconteceu num processo histórico.
So there's historical encounter about it.
Que não, a gente nem consegue delimitar exatamente o tanto indígena, o tanto africana que nós somos.
We cannot have a frontier about how much indigenous and how much Afro-American we are.
Mas, obviamente, em termos de organização política,
But talking about political organization,
há uma distinção.
There's a distinction.
Mas que a história está dando conta de costurar.
The story could put the pieces together.
Entender que o processo de racialização atingiu todos não brancos.
And we understand that the process of racialization, it happened with all of us, all of non-white people.
E não tem como não falar de branco e preto.
And we cannot not talk about white and black in terms of white and black.
Porque isso é que determina as relações de poder e de sociabilidade.
Because this is what determines the relations of power and sociability.
Então, é sobre isso, sim.
So it's also about that.
Thank you very much. I think I missed an important question from the colleague Fernandez when I went out, and perhaps it's a question that has been kind of echoing in my mind. But I'm listening to this response that you're giving, that seemingly it's inevitable in the U.S. To speak in terms of black and white. This is what I'm hearing, but I don't know what the question exactly was. But in any case, whatever the question was and the answer in the manner which I understood it, I'd like to take you from the beginning, and this was kind of confusing for me. But I think that you said that, it is other people who decided for us that we were to be called black, if I understood that properly, and that we did not name ourselves that way. I'm not quite sure that that is quite accurate. and I'm going to state why. In Kemet, again, because our reference always goes back, the land was not called Egypt. It was called Kemet. And Kemet did not refer to the land. It referred to people. Egyptologists deliberately distort that and say Kemet meant black land. No, Kemet meant the land of the black people. In other words, that our ancestors were conscious of themselves as black people, and as such they were happy and celebrated their blackness, and this had got nothing to do with responding or reacting to anyone, because the truth of the matter is that we are black in whatever shade we are, and we've got the type of hair that we have, and we celebrate that. And it is for this reason that perhaps those who came later, the Arabs, when they arrived, they then said Bilad as-Sudan, meaning that the land of the black people, taking the cue from Kemet, because Bilad al-Sudan means the land of the black people. I object, of course, to being Arabized and to be called by other people anything else, in any case. But the point that I'm trying to make is that there seems to have been a self-consciousness of blackness, and this self-consciousness of blackness that was celebrated by our ancestors long before anyone else imposed themselves. And I could be wrong, but this is my understanding.
Então, mas quando eu falo que nos disseram negra,
When I say that they told that we are black,
eu estou falando de toda a construção de negatividade em relação a este corpo.
I'm talking about all the construction of negativity about this body.
Ser negro nunca foi bom no Brasil.
Being black were never good in Brazil.
Era sinônimo de ser feia.
It's a synonym of being ugly, poor,
sem estudo.
Without any knowledge.
Nós ressignificamos a palavra.
Resignify the word black.
Transformamos em nome de poder.
And we transform it in a name, in a concept of power.
E se isso tem uma matriz em Kemet?
And if this had a matrix in Kemet,
é melhor ainda.
It's even better.
Mas nesse processo histórico da história recente, negro, infelizmente, era colocado em lugar de precarização.
But in the recent history, black, the term black, unfortunately, were put in terms of precarization.
Mas muito bom retomar essa sua fala.
But it was great, your speech.
E eu quero saber mais sobre.
Because I want to know more about it.
Thank you. Just to continue that, I think it's also important that, as you stated, black in the negative, that black in the negative was specifically the black as a racial term. The concept of race is only recent in our history, like about 16th century with the colonial expansion. So I think it's also important to recognize that there is a lot of, as much as we have taken on this concept up and made it our own, especially when we talk about Steve Biko's black consciousness, which there has been, but we also need to recognize that there's still a lot of internalized racism that we have to still confront. And this internalized racism can come out in many ways, whether it be in the form of othering other people to make sure that we establishing ourselves as being closer to what that is not human, closer to that is what is more human, but in doing so, in setting up that category, you push other people out. Which is why it's also important that we also recognize that these black struggles are not just man, woman. These are also queer spaces. These are also spaces of disability, and our categories also need to be inclusive and cognizant of such things. So, and I just wanted to ask, in terms of queer LGBTQ struggles, for me, I find it very, you speak of the Quilombo, and I see a space whereby I see a bit of history. I see the drums. I can see the clothing. There's an element of, I can almost see, because I mean the Quilombo space, I just Googled it now, whereby it started off as a space of, space for refugee and slave peoples. They would set up their communes. Am I correct? This is where they set up those safe spaces, and I think it's beautiful that that practice has still continued. These spaces of resistance, and it seems like this space of resistance is also a queer space where those who can come express themselves, dance, and also there's a spiritual element to this which I'm still trying to unpack, of them using the drums, whereby we don't just come and talk, we also come and dance, but we talk also through the drums. And so I don't know, I'm linking it to maybe the ball. I'm linking it to the ball scene in the US where queer people come and do their performance, still music, still talking. It's almost like the same vein of talking but dancing. And we had the same thing in South Africa with the pageants. Even under apartheid, even under very repressive spaces, very oppressive time, there were the ballroom scenes also here in South Africa where queer people could also express themselves. And you stated that it's going to be women who bring forth this revolution. And I would even continue that. I would even say the revolution has to be queer, because these are the spaces that seem to really be challenging our notion of what it means to be in a utopia, whose bodies can be seen or whose bodies need to be protected. I don't know. Could you please respond to that?
A grande questão nós estamos falando de patriarcado. Nós estamos em conflito, em negociação com o patriarcado.
The great issue is that we are negotiating with the patriarchy.
E o que destrói o patriarcado é exatamente o seu avesso oposto, ou seja, o feminino.
And what destroys is it's exactly its direct opposite, that is women, the femininity.
Isso não quer dizer que construções diversas dentro da esfera da diversidade não estejam presentes.
It does not mean that different constructions in the sphere of diversity are not present there.
Eu só estou falando que é esse extremo oposto que desconstrói à medida que, obviamente, outros elementos e movimentos caminham juntos com o feminino.
I'm only saying that this exact opposite, the female, the femininity, are the ones responsible to deconstruct this system.
E afinal de contas, o que é o feminino?
And when we thought about in these terms, what is the feminine? What is it?
Não é binário.
It's not binary.
Não é o binário. É a ruptura do patriarcado.
It's the disruption of patriarchy.
E que pode agregar e estar presente com diversas construções do sujeito.
That may live and be present with different constructions of our subject.
É sobre intersexualidade, sobre lésbicas, sobre gays, sobre transgênero.
It's about intersexuality, about lesbian, about gays, about transgender people.
I guess I'm wary about the use of feminine, because you will still have women who have, for them, the concept of femininity is imposed on them. And it is also a means in which patriarchy has also asserted its gender binary. And so I get that you're using femininity, and I actually like how you're using femininity as a means of resistance. And I'm just wondering, I agree, and I'm just wondering, is there a much more inclusive term whereby a woman that isn't traditionally, actually not even just a woman, even a trans body who isn't necessarily feminine looking, or has those capabilities, but can still be, like, I want to be a woman, but I don't want to be feminine. I can still be a woman and not have the construct be femininity. And how can, in a sense, how can we make the space bigger and more inclusive in our fight against patriarchy?
Okay,
I am a transgender woman speaking that.
E isso já é rompimento do que significa padrão, né? Uma ideia totalizante do feminino.
It's already a disrupt of the pattern of the understanding of femininity.
Entendo sua provocação.
And I understand your provocation.
Gosto da ideia.
And I like that.
Mas eu vou continuar por enquanto pensando nessas mulheridades como uma contraforça para a reorganização da sociedade.
But by now, I will still think about womanhood as a force against these oppressions of patriarchy.
Assim, por enquanto eu não sou estática nem dura.
But for now, I'm not static.
Gosto da provocação.
But I like the provocation.
Yeah, I think that was the last one. Thank you very much, Erica and Nayara, for the conversation. Yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot. I'm going to not want to verbalize and, go on a tangent. So, peace out. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow at 9.
Falou, vejo vocês amanhã, mas
all right. Thank you so much to both Erica and Nayara for today. Well, how come when I speak on this mic, it's clear, but for some reason all of you are sitting there like, okay, I'm not gonna verbalize. I'm not gonna, like, why? Is it like, how come I'm the only one who's heard clearly? And I can hear myself. But Nina, no, I don't want to say anything. Guys, no. So this means you must do better. You must do like me. And because I have mommy voice, so everybody must imitate the mommy voice. So thank you so much, colleagues, friends, family. We are now family at this point in time. Let's meet again tomorrow, same time. 9 o'clock, around 8, 8:30 is when we'll have coffee outside. So please come through early if you can, so that we can have coffee together before the formal program starts. And then, tomorrow we have Professor Roberto Hernandez in the morning, and then Owen, and then Miss Nomisa Kotu in the afternoon again. So, let's see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for everything. We are so honored to have you. Oh, there is coffee and tea and some cookies outside. So I know we have been eating the entire day, but there is coffee and tea and cookies.
What is the name of
Kemet Space?
The one? Mutlati.
Mutlati, do you want to talk to her?
Yes.
Oh, Mutlati, yeah, food.
Ela, meu é?
No, ele.
No, it's the one next to her.
Kemet Space. Kemet.
Oh, the professor.
Yeah, the professor. Eu gostei muito da sua provocação.
I really like your provocation.
E eu pensei aqui, enquanto você estava falando, me veio uma memória.
And while you were speaking, I remember something.
Quando eu estava falando sobre que a gente sabe que o ocidentalismo, né, o eurocentrismo, invade nossos territórios com arte, intelectualidade e Deus.
When I was talking about how Eurocentrism invades our territory with art, intellectually, and God.
E em Gênesis tem uma história que chama a redenção de Cã, a maldição de Cã.
In Genesis, there's a story about the redemption of Cain.
Que é um ajuste que lá tem uma justificativa, inclusive, para dizer por que pessoas de pele escura são amaldiçoadas.
And there we can find a people justifying why dark-skinned people are cursed.
Então são só histórias que eu acho que é importante que a gente alinhe para construir esse pensamento. Eu gostei muito da provocação.
So this kind of story are very important so we can align this kind of thought. And I really like your provocation. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm going to respond tomorrow.
Yeah!